प्रगति के पथ पर प्रगति के पथ पर विकास के रथ पर चल रहा है देश मेरा। एक नए भारत का सपना देख रहा है देश मेरा। सुस्वागतम, namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Manvi Khilnani, and I'm going to be your host this morning. And I take this honor and privilege to be welcoming each one of you to the second edition of SMEArtha, the summit that has been conceptualized to address the biggest challenge that the SMEs face, which is the access to credit. Considering that we live in this incredible country called India, Bharat, Hindustan, there is a separate way how we welcome and greet all the guests here. I would request all of you to please stand up. Everybody, for 10 seconds, everybody. Since there's not much of exercise that we would do in the morning, for now, I would request everybody to please look to your left, look to your right, join both your hands, and let's take a moment to greet everybody who's on to our left and right. Across the table, everybody, let's do this for the next 5 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. You may settle down. At least we should know who's on our tables. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for doing this for me. Well, once again, welcoming each one of you to today's event, which is brought to you by FEAspire, the MSME dedicated vertical of the Financial Express Digital, and supported by our partners, Export-Import Bank of India, tech company Zoho, HR tech company Zimyo, and our investment partner, Resurgent India. Without your support, we wouldn't have been here. So a big, big, big thank you to all our supporters who have been with us in this journey, and of course, here at the second edition of the SMEArtha. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about today's event, of course, it is a very important subject that we are here to discuss today. The MSME sector has been touted as the backbone of the Indian economy, contributing to its socio-economic growth, including 45%. I emphasize and underline 45% of the country's exports, 30% share in the GDP, and employing 11 crore people in the country. Despite being the growth engine of the country, the MSME sector suffers from a colossal credit gap of rupees 20 to 25 lakh crore. The amount is quite huge, which is the difference between the desired demand and the actual supply of the debt of the sector. However, the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that the MSME financing is undergoing a paradigm shift. Thanks to digitization, there is a rise of the payment apps, fintech players, and also an increase to the availability of the alternative data sets that is enabling lenders and creditors to move away from the balance sheet-based lending and look at the cash flow statements to offer collateral-free loans to the MSME sector. Focusing on these new trends changing the landscape of the MSME lending, the FEAspire's second edition of the SMEArtha will discuss the critical trends that are set to revolutionize the MSME sector and put them on a growth path. Before we begin, we would like to thank our audiences once again for joining us today. We would also request you to please, whatever is happening on social media, please use the hashtag SMEArtha to share your thoughts about the discussions. Without further ado, I would like to invite on stage the editor of the Financial Express Digital for his introductory remarks. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Roshan Powaiya. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here this morning.
Thank you, Manvi, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When Sonal asked me to give the welcome note on MSMEs at SMEArtha, I was like, you are the expert on SMEs and the passion with which she, writes about the segment. I was like, what am I going to say? So she's like, no, just welcome people in, and then everybody else will kind of do the job. So I said, okay, let me just give a quick welcome note on SMEArtha. But before that, I just wanted to take a moment to tell you how we came up with SMEArtha. This is the second edition of it. So last year we had the first edition, and we were just coming out of the pandemic at that point of time, and we noticed that there was so much of chaos around. A lot of MSMEs actually were badly hit, and we thought that the thing that's hitting MSMEs the most is a liquidity crunch, because there was difficulty in accessing finance at that point of time. And that's when we came up with SMEArtha, because Artha means wealth in Sanskrit. And we thought this is a good fitting name for this conclave, in which we can discuss all the issues that are plaguing MSMEs, and of course also get the solution providers together with MSMEs to kind of be able to bridge the gap. When it comes to MSMEs in India, I think a large part of MSME businesses are still family owned, and with it come the traditional problems, familial problems. Access to credit is a problem because you don't have formal lending processes. You often have people going to unorganized sources of credit, and that is kind of creating a problem for the growth of the sector. Plus, as technology is evolving and as we are progressing, we need to take the MSME sector along. I mean, we have 6.3 crore MSMEs in India, and of this, about 5 crore, or rather 80%, about 80% of these MSMEs operate in the shadow economy without access to formal credit. So, like Manvi also mentioned, the credit gap is one of the top challenges facing MSMEs, and that's something we will be talking about in today's sessions. Another thing that I think a lot of MSMEs face is the ability to manage cash flows. We have this credit period when you're a vendor to somebody, and then you have like a 90-day credit period. But how do you run your business in between? How do you tide over that period of time where you're expecting payments to come in? And delayed payments is a big problem in the MSME sector. And the second part is adoption of technology. There is, when you're looking for loans or you're looking for financing, banks have a very structured way of looking at your books and giving out credit. But not every MSME has the ability to provide the kind of collateral that banks demand. Besides that, there are also a lot of underrepresented segments. For example, if there are women-owned businesses, it's very difficult for them to source credit. So how do you lend to women? What kind of collateral can they offer? So all of these things we'll be addressing, hopefully, in the sessions that follow today. The first panel that we will be having today will focus on how traditional lenders are innovating to lend to the priority sector. We also have a panel on new age fintech firms and the kind of things they are looking at to provide credit. It could be even your social media presence and how many likes you've got on Facebook, or how popular you are. Besides looking at your books, there are now new ways of kind of identifying who is a creditworthy person or not. And we also have a masterclass session on how the government's invoice discounting platform, Threads, can help MSMEs manage the cash flows. There's a masterclass session as well. So I know our chief guest also has another appointment after this, so I don't want to take too much time. So I would quickly introduce her. Our chief guest for the event is Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi. She's Additional Development Commissioner, Office of the Development Commissioner, MSMEs. She is an officer of the Indian Economic Service, 1999 batch. In the past 23 years, she has worked in the Ministry of Finance, the Planning Commission, Ministry of Road Transport, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in different capacities. She has a double post-graduation in economics and population studies, and did her PhD from IIT Delhi in managerial economics. So she, I can assure you, is highly qualified, and the words you will be hearing from her right now will definitely carry a lot of weight. With that, I'd like to invite Dr. Ishita on stage to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone, and it is indeed my pleasure to be here. When Sonal ji had called, I was very excited to join here and address. But sir, you have spoken about all the things that I was going to talk about. That's not fair. Anyway, having said that, I have a very short presentation. It's all in the form of questions. And I request you to give suggestions, recommendations on this so that the government can work towards providing an enabling environment for MSMEs. And what you, ma'am, focused on about the credit. So my presentation in the form of questions is not just about credit, it's about a holistic approach. Credit is very much a part of it. So moving on to the next slide, please. So the questions that I'm asking are, which are the guiding forces that which are the forces that are guiding the Ministry of MSME's approach? Okay, self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, as we are all aware that the package was announced amidst the first wave of the pandemic in 2020. Udyami Bharat, this is what the Prime Minister said in our program on the 30th of June this year, and some of you were present in that meeting as well. He stressed on the need for creating entrepreneurship, providing an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. Next, please. Stakeholders. Now, this is very, very important. If you see that in the recent past, in the past few months, we've had theme-based stakeholder consultations, whether it is delayed payments, whether it's TREADS, whether it's public procurement. In every meeting, we are taking up one issue and seeking the comments, feedback, recommendations of all those who are involved, not just different ministries and departments, but MSMEs, their associations, state governments. Next, please. So when have some of the recent changes taken place? Most of you are already aware of this. So next, please. RuPay credit card, this was introduced in 2022 February. Only one bank was involved. Then later in May, it was extended to 5 more banks. Next, please. In March, RAMP was rolled out. SMEArtha, that's again for women entrepreneurs. Then the innovative scheme. In April, we had the launch of Z. Enterprise India, that was a part of AKAM, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Then in May, we had a lot of new guidelines issued for our programs and schemes. In line with the Finance Commission, we've had to revamp some of our schemes, and you see that some of the guidelines have already been revisited. Then in June, the Prime Minister launched the capacity building for first-time exporters. Udyam Shakti. Now, Udyam Shakti is something where we are working with other ministries and departments and also state governments for converging their programs. So when on the Udyam portal an MSME or an aspirant comes to register, then we are trying to give him or her the benefits that can be availed not just of Ministry of MSME, but also of other ministries, departments, and also of state governments. This is work in progress. Next, please. Okay, so within 25 months since the Udyam portal was launched, we've had 1 crore MSMEs registered on the portal. Next, please. Udyam NCS integration, this was on the 14th of September, just a few days back. NCS is National Career Service of Ministry of Labor and Employment. So when the Udyami registers, he or she gets access to the job seekers database, skilled and unskilled, immediately. Next, please. So this morning, there were 1.09 crore MSMEs which had registered on the Udyam portal and had voluntarily given information about 8.17 crore employees on the portal. Next, please. So who is the next question? We are talking about the beneficiaries here. Next, please. So 18% of the registered MSMEs are women-owned enterprises. So clearly, we have to work on that area. Increasing trend of CPSE procurement from SC/ST and women MSEs, micro and small enterprises. The benchmark of 4% for SC/ST owned MSEs and women owned enterprises, that is 3%, those have not been reached yet. But the encouraging fact is that those figures are increasing, the percentage is increasing, and also the number of MSEs who have actually benefited from the public procurement in the past, say 4 years, that number itself is increasing. So the mandatory public procurement from MSEs, micro and small enterprises, that departments and ministries and also central public sector units, they have to ensure, that is 25%. Vis-a-vis that, till yesterday, for this financial year, 38.86% had already been procured. Next, please. Those employees that I mentioned on Udyam registration, 8.17 crore in the morning today. Out of those, 23% employees are women. Next, please. Under PMEGP, since we did mention about credit, I thought this would be an important point to mention here, that since 2008-9, more than 2.50 lakh women entrepreneurs have been assisted under PMEGP. And next, please. And since 2000, under credit guarantee scheme, 11 lakh women have been guaranteed extended guarantees. Next, coming to two studies that have been undertaken. One is the SIDBI study. They did a quick survey of, primary survey of more than 1,000 MSMEs, and they found that during the pandemic, during the first two phases of the pandemic, 65% of those who were surveyed, they had benefited from the Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme. That scheme is administered by the Department of Financial Services. And 36%, of course there's an overlap, 36% had benefited from the credit guarantee scheme. Another study by SBI that shows that 13.5 lakh MSME accounts were saved due to ECLGS, and out of those 93.7 were of micro and small enterprises. Next, please. So what are the challenges? Delayed payments, like Sir mentioned before this. So from the Samadhan portal, we see that there are around 30,000 applications in MSEFCs, micro and small enterprises facilitation councils, which are yet to be viewed. They have not been viewed. Then the next, please. Yeah, almost 31,000 cases in MSEFCs are in various stages of hearings. They are yet to reach a finality. Next, please. Women-owned enterprises, only 18%. PAN is mandatory right now for registration on Udyam. And Udyam certificate is the basic certificate that we all are using for priority sector lending, for availing benefits of Ministry of MSME, Office of DC MSME. The UAM has not been extended beyond the 30th of June, and it is not going to be extended any further. The issue is there are a large number of, especially micro enterprises, who do not possess PAN. So what is it that we can do? Next, please. Awareness. This is something that we keep referring to. We find that there are so many benefits, initiatives that are launched, but especially the micro enterprises, they are not aware of what all they can avail, what the benefits are. Next, please. Convergence. We have kind of been working in compartments. There are so many other ministries who have been focusing on micro, small enterprises, medium enterprises, but what we require is convergence. And technology, this was mentioned earlier also, technology and finance. Next, please. So how are these challenges to be overcome? I have enlisted just a few. I'm all ears, willing to listen to you and willing to take back your suggestions. The first one is there is no national policy right now, no national policy for MSMEs. We've had extensive stakeholder consultations over the past 2 years, and the national policy has finally been drafted. We are just waiting for the approval on this. Next, please. Udyam, eShram, NCS, ASEEM integration. This is a very important announcement that was made in this year's budget, and we see that we've already achieved part of this integration. Udyam is, of course, the MSME registration portal. eShram is the social contribution of the unorganized sector. NCS, like I mentioned earlier, is the National Career Service. It's the portal of Ministry of Labor and Employment. And ASEEM is the portal for it belongs to the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And they map the skilled employees with the employers. So this integration, once it's done, a part of it is already done, like Udyam, NCS, eShram, that's done. The only part that is remaining is ASEEM with Udyam. ASEEM has already been integrated with the other portals. So this will be achieved this month in September itself. So once that is done, the MSME has access to all the job seekers, database of all the job seekers. The job seekers have information about the enterprises which are looking for employees. And also, once this is done, we will be integrating it with other portals for credit. So once that is done, the threefold objectives that were given to us at the beginning of this financial year of recruiting, of credit facilitation, and of skilling, all three we hope to achieve by then. Next, please. Formalized enterprises, like I mentioned, we are now going to be using the lenders' data. The lenders have, banks, financial institutions, have information on the databases of enterprises who have not yet registered because of lack of, say, PAN or any other documents. So in that case, we will be using that data to bring those unorganized, the ones who are in the informal sector, we will be bringing them into the formal sector, and that is definitely going to help in accessing credit, and that is something we are working on right now with SIDBI, and we hope to see the results soon. Access to affordable technology. CLCS, you will recall, was a scheme that was very much in demand earlier, but however, it had a subsidy component which Ministry of Finance did not want should be extended. So right now, we are in the process of finalizing the concept note for bringing a scheme where the focus will be on affordable technology. So if you have any suggestions, please, this is just the right time to tell us about it. Next, access to affordable finance. I've already mentioned that. Next, please. Gender parity, we've discussed. Next, please. Stakeholders, stakeholder consultations are extremely important, and I've already highlighted that. Awareness generation, again, that is required. And the last 2 points, please. MSEFCs and TREDs. Now, I have already shown some of the figures for the pending cases with micro, small enterprise facilitation councils. We have been regularly taking up the matter with the state governments because industry, firstly, is a state subject, and secondly, the MSEFCs are within the state governments. So we have been writing. The good thing is, in the past 2 months, one particular state which had more than 300 cases pending after we took it up has 27 cases as on date. So that's a positive thing I thought I should flag here. And then, please go back, please. Not yet, thank you. Please, previous, please. Yeah, so TREDs, the mandatory registration that is required on TREDs is, the cutoff is 500 right now. But what we have been asking the Ministry of Finance is whether it can be brought down to 250 crore turnover, because that is the upper limit for MSMEs. So all the large corporate companies, they can be brought in the ambit of TREDs. And also the request has been not just onboarding on TREDs, but also transacting, actively transacting. Only then can the issue be resolved. Next, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request you to please be on stage for a moment. And once again, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for ma'am, who has actually, how wonderfully she has described the challenges, what the government has been doing, and how we can improve, and how we're already taking steps ahead to improve in the MSME sector. On this note, I will take this opportunity to invite on stage once again Mr. Roshan to extend a floral welcome and thank her at the same time for taking the valuable time and joining us here this morning. Everybody, can we give her a big, big, big hand? Thank you so much, ma'am. And if required, I will bother you again. For now, you can enjoy the panel discussions and be an integral part of it. I hope the MSME audience is doing great after ma'am has described the challenges. And we're also celebrating the Amrit Mahotsav, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and how many steps have been taken by the government to work in this sector. Moving on, we will move on to a very important part of today's event, which is the panel discussion. The first star panel of the day, with top lenders in the country, how banks and NBFCs are innovating to lend to MSMEs. The formal credit to the MSME sector is increasing year on year. And while it is important to note that over 90% of the MSME sector is still informal in nature, the financial institutions are taking several steps to find alternative ways to offer institutional credit to the sector. I will be calling out the panelists up here on stage in the alphabetical order. And I would request all of you to give me a little energy, if not a lot. Our first panelist is Ms. Anubha Prasad, General Manager of Principal Financial Institution for MSMEs, Small Industries Development Bank of India, and is presently heading its New Delhi region. She's also an entrepreneur and has co-founded a Bihar-based platform for impact startup. Thank you so much, ma'am. We're so honored to have you with us as a panelist. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Dhrubashish Bhattacharya, who heads the MSME banking at Bank of Baroda and spearheads its co-lending program. Over 28 years of experience in various capacities ranging from branch manager to business head. Thank you so much, sir, once again for joining us here. Next, we have with us Nirmit Ved, General Manager, Export-Import Bank of India, Exim Bank. He joined India Exim Bank way back in the year 2000 and is currently heading the bank's lines of credit group and government affairs cell. Thank you so much. Well, on stage we have three experienced professionals from different institutions. Let's keep the energy going. On this note, I would like to invite our next speaker, who is from one of the India's largest private sector bank, none other than Mr. Sangram Singh, President of Commercial Banking Coverage Group, CBG Axis Bank. Can we have you on stage, sir? With over 2 decades of experience, Sangram manages the commercial banking segment for Axis Bank, targeted towards servicing the SME customers across various lines of products, including working capital, lending, deposits, trade, and forex products. Thank you so much, sir. So good to see you here with us. You know, we wanted to really make this panel discussion coming from different experienced professionals from different institutions. So we thought of having as many panelists up here on stage. Next, I would like to invite Sachitra Nath, Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Ugrow Capital. Sir, thank you so much. Known as Chokhani Securities, that has raised capital of rupees 9,500 million, one of the largest institutional capital raising feats for an NBFC. We also have our last panelist before I invite the moderator up on stage, Mr. Vikash Khandelwal, CEO of security company Equaro Security. Surety, can we have you on stage? Having experience of more than 6 years and has led the advocacy efforts towards surety guarantees. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Last but not the least, time for me to invite on stage our moderator, Ms. Jyoti Prakash Karya, Managing Director, Mr. Managing Director of Corporate Financial Services, firm Resurgent India, who have more than 6 offices across India and employs more than 150 people. Now, sir, I think you're the best person to invite on stage, and I think we're going to have a fantastic and an insightful panel discussion. All the very best.
Good morning, everybody. I was just getting into something. There was nationalization of the banks happened. And some of the news items at that point of time, I just wanted to take you back there. In 1969, July 1969 to be precise, one of the largest bank nationalization happened. I was going through the objective, kyun kiya gaya? Why was the bank nationalized? And the objective that came out was that to diverse the flow of bank credit, towards priority sector, consisting of agriculture and allied activities, small-scale industries and small businesses. 1969, July 1969, this was the objective. Nationalization of the banks happened. Today, whatever is the date, you can all calculate. And we all know that all the speakers has pointed out that near about 80% of the MSMEs are unfunded. They are not getting the right credit. So any of the Indian businessman or any of the MSME that walks into a bank, he doesn't have the answer to 3 questions. Anybody who is walking into a bank, he doesn't have an answer to 3 questions. First question is that कि मुझे loan मिलेगा या नहीं मिलेगा. Second question, मिलेगा तो कितना मिलेगा. Third question, मिल भी जाएगा तो क्या ROI में मिलेगा. So these are the 3 questions that any of the Indian MSME businessman, whenever he is walking to a bank, he doesn't have an answer after 1969 bank nationalization. As on date, right now, nobody can tell for surety that this much is the amount, this much is the rate of interest, this much things that you will be able to get it there. So with that background and that context, different experimentation happened, different schemes came. So there is one more scheme which has come in. Banks were flooded with money, and the NBFCs were flooded, and NBFC were saying, sir, we have the reach, we have the penetration, we know the customer, but we don't have the money to lend them. So then all the regulators, and with all good sense prevailing, they were all thinking, let us try and see how we can collaborate both the institutions' goodness together and try and see if we can find out something better into that way or not. Taking into that account, I think so that's where some collaboration type of an approach has also been coming up, that how the banks and NBFC, they can collaborate together and then they can facilitate this 80% of the gap which is being created right now. So this is the context what we are talking about, and we have definitely a star panelist here, and you can all see that given their background, given their diversity, and given one more important thing that I just wanted to point out, given their passion towards the MSME. We are absolutely sure that the MSME going forward has a beautiful era, and definitely the funding issues, definitely with all the speakers coming here, and given their brain, I think so the issue is not far behind to be left. Calling on my first speaker, which is from the India's largest institution as far as the MSME is concerned, Anubhav, just wanted to have this everything on the formalization or digitization, on the formalization of the credit, that near about 97% of the Indian enterprises are partnership and proprietorship businesses. Only the 3% we can take that they are into the corporate sector credit. Whatever this formalization is happening, you are giving the income tax benefit that the government has given. Given that the formalization of the Indian credit, and given that the lot of benefits that has come to only to the formal sector, and government is also encouraging them by giving them the income tax benefit. If, in case if you are ROC registered, you will get an income tax benefit of 22%. But in case if you are not registered in ROC, आपको still वो 30 से 35% का income tax लग रहा है. Same thing with all the GST returns. It means my partnership and proprietorship concern, which constitute around 97% of my Indian corporates, the tax rate is higher because government is wanting them कि आप लोग इधर आइए, आप लोग अपना ROC के अंदर रिटर्न फाइल करिए, GST फाइल करिए, इनकम टैक्स का रिटर्न फाइल करिए, everything is formalizing. GST return till date, it has been only 1 crore GST return which has been filed. Okay, Nath sir is there, he will take care of those 1 crore. But what about those remaining 5 crores? And what about that informal or informal economy? What is your take on that, ma'am? Over to you.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
So very good morning and namaskar and thanks for having me here. We are talking about the formalization of MSME sector in particular. Coming from the background of the Apex Bank for MSME sector, so we have been at the forefront of the initiatives for MSMEs, and you are right that several of these benefits which government has or which the formal institutional financial system has, so these benefits are not available to those MSMEs which are outside the ambit of formalization. तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा पेन पॉइंट है एंड हाउएवर लेट मी क्लैरिफाई दैट फॉर्मलाइजेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन उद्योग आधार और समथिंग लाइक दैट दैट्स नॉट नेसेसरी नॉट अ नेसेसरी कंडीशन फॉर access to bank credit. That's one thing. But when we talk of formalization, of course, a large ambit is outside this formalization process in terms of corporatization and all. So we know that MSME sector has shown a lot of resilience during demonetization and then GST and of course then COVID happened then of course. So of course government had a scheme in mind while it was rolling out the demonetization or then the GST, and of course COVID was beyond everybody's control. So SIDBI has been an ecosystem developer or a market maker. So we work very closely with Ministry of MSME, as Ms. Ganguly just before this panel, she was also explaining. So we work with Ministry of MSME, we work with DFS, we work with DPIIT, several ministries that are the stakeholders of this ecosystem. So we have launched, which is a work in progress of course, an MSME formalization scheme, because we saw that GST or demonetization or the benefits that are available through the ministries to the formalized MSMEs are not percolating, and also they have been able to create an uptick in MSME formalization. However, the numbers are still far below what one would have expected. So this MSME formalization project is that we are doing with the Ministry of MSME, and which will, so the main pain point is that a lot of MSMEs do not have GST, obviously because they are outside the ambit of GST, less than 40 lakhs turnover or 20 lakhs in case of service sector. And of course PAN, that is also not available. So the project entails creating designated agencies that will handhold, and of course it will work in tandem with banks and NBFCs. So that will handhold those smaller NBFC through an aggregation model, and the aggregated data, of course it will have a consent mechanism as well. These are the days of privacy and everything that we live in. So this aggregated data will be enabled and then submitted to Ministry of MSME for bulk registrations, and of course it will again flow to the MSMEs, and this will form the basis of rollout of several, the benefits that are available through different mechanisms of the government. So that's a flagship, that's going to be a flagship project. It has been discussed and formalized threadbare, and RBI's this sandbox committee, that regulatory approval is also there. So I'm sure this is going to be rolled out very soon. Other than that, there are regular incentives, like we have GST Sahay scheme or different 59 minutes. So maybe that's a digitization umbrella which comes later, immediately after formalization. So we're just hoping for an uptick in MSME formalization. And also we are working on several pieces of work in terms of awareness creation, in terms of reach outs, in terms of Udyami Melas, and different prayas and different pieces of work. So.
Thank you. It means, ma'am, that we need to get into a formalized structure before we get into any loan. This is what the take is. कि हमको होना ही पड़ेगा. Dhruv sir, what we understand and maybe a general perception, you can first of all correct the statistics and then you can take me. What we understand is approximately if 10 applications comes to you, approximately around 2 to 3 gets loan and approximately around 7 to 7.5 applications get rejected. तो मेरे ख्याल से हमारी रिजेक्शन रेट इस 75% एंड पासिंग रेट इस 25%. तो पहले रिजेक्शन रेट पे बात करते हैं कि व्हाट आर द मेजर रीजंस फॉर गेटिंग रिजेक्टेड, बिकॉज पास तो हम हो ही जाएंगे जो बच जाएंगे. तो अदी मतलब व्हाट आर द मेजर causes that you think that the applications are getting rejected, which can be a takeaway for my MSME entrepreneurs?
बहुत भारी एग्जाम होता है एक्चुअली.
Hello. So very good morning and namaskar. So on a lighter note, see, आपने पहले सवाल ये पूछा कि when you started the discussion, you said that कोई भी कस्टमर अगर बैंक के अंदर जाता है तो उसके दिमाग में सबसे पहले आता है मेरा लोन होगा कि नहीं. That's the first thing. And then he says कब तक होगा, कितने रेट में होगा, and so on. Those are the tertiary things. The first is मेरा होगा कि नहीं. See, I think talking on a serious note, we have traveled a long path. It used to be a case in the past, and I can assure you that from my bank perspective, I'll give a background. See, just now, Madam, our chief guest, she showed in our presentation, there are a slew of measures which the government of India has taken to kind of bring up, uplift the MSMEs, and particularly the MSEs, not the medium, it is the micro and the small. So, these slew of measures, if you see, I'm sure in this room, if you put a hand on your heart and say that you knew all of them, then, and I don't stand, I shouldn't be sitting out here. I'm sure 99% of you wouldn't have known so many schemes which have been launched. Even if you have heard of them, you might not have gone deeper into it. See, when you particularly say these rejections, they largely happen on the micro and the small segment. The medium people, they hire a chartered accountant and, people, they are well knowledgeable guys, they maintain their books of accounts, and the second generation has also started. I'm talking of the micro and small. These people are the real underserved or the unserved. Now, these people, essentially, they are not aware of these schemes. They've been told by some of the, BCs, the business correspondents or the business facilitators who are employed by the banks or some, institutions. They keep telling them, भैया ऐसा कुछ है, आप क्यों नहीं इसको avail करते हैं? And these are the people who first need to be trained. See, आपका कोई government का scheme होता है, cascades down from the PMOs to the department, to the finance ministry, down to the various bodies. SIDBI plays a major role in this. And फिर banks के पास आती है, हमारे सरकारी बैंक के पास पहले जाती है because हमारी जिम्मेदारी बनती because we are essentially the custodian of the public money. So we accept money from the public as deposits and then we lend. So हमारा जो जिसको कहते हैं ना एक obligatory business होता है. We must do this, our service to the nation. हम ऐसे customers को हमारे भी RCTs होते हैं various rural level पे और semi-urban area में भी we do organize certain workshops wherein we invite people कि आप देखिए ये schemes हैं. I will quote one example. I was in the first week of September. I was there in a parliamentary committee meeting in Shillong. It was for the northeastern states. You'd be surprised to know that the PMEGP scheme, which is the Pradhan Mantri Employment Program जो होता है, which is largely aimed at the women and people who are, you have to just attain 18 years of age and you could be a class 8 pass. I was surprised that people in there was a big town hall and including the ministers, they were not aware of this. There was a recent guideline which said that, which came as early as in June 22, that the PMEGP limit for manufacturing sector has been raised to 50 lakh rupees and people were not aware of it. They still believe वो 25 लाख ही है. The service sector में जो 10 लाख का 20 लाख में 10 लाख से इजाफा हुआ है, they are not aware of it. And well, you can say that geographically, Northeast is kind of a bit cut off. Those seven sisters are not in the mainstream geography. But ऐसा नहीं है. I have attended the other parliamentary committee meeting for other schemes which are launched by the government, and people there also I find that the awareness level is pretty low. Now I'm sure those micro and small customers may not be a part of this audience. I'm very sure. People here either are from the medium sector, or they could be people who facilitate, they help them. So knowledgeable crowd is out here in Law Meridian today. Who reaches out to them? So therefore, it is the onerous responsibility of bankers like us, and we do it. And I can say with my head on my shoulder, yes, we do it, and we do it with a lot of integrity. The question comes is, वो reject होते क्यों हैं? वो होते हैं इसलिए because awareness ही नहीं है. उनको पता नहीं क्या डॉक्यूमेंट लगना चाहिए. उनको ये पता नहीं है कि अगर मैं इस रूट के थ्रू जाऊँ, सिंपल रूट के थ्रू मेरा ये काम बहुत इजीली हो जाएगा. They take a circuitous route. People misguide them. So my appeal to all such people who actually want these kind of loans is that you reach out to the right kind of people. आप branch में जाइए, and today I receive not less than 50 to 55 complaints from the MSMEs. I'm telling you, and largely from the micro and small, कि हमारा इसमें हमने portal में launch किया सर हमारा. And there are very frivolous and small, silly questions they ask. Poor people, they don't know. उनको पता नहीं क्या उनको चाहिए. We have got a dedicated cell in my department which addresses these, and they are often directed to the MD of the organization, because you're a public servant, you have to hear to them. My appeal to people who are reach out to the masses, like we reach out to the masses, please educate them rightly, saying that is tarah ki schemes, especially for women. Madam talked a lot about only 18% are women entrepreneurs. There are schemes which are floated only for women. Awareness is one thing. Second is another, I'll just end my discussion here. Another thing which you can possibly tell them is that आपको अगर कोई मुनाफा होता है अपने business में, small का, you please make them aware of this credit score. ये तो credit rating होती है, credit score होता है, इसके बारे में लोगों को ज़रूर आप बताएं, because this is very critical. Today a car loan is lent on CIBIL score. You're pre-approved, all the pre-approved loans are done purely on one CIBIL score. So इसी तरह CMR rating होती है, CRIF high mark की rating होती है. अगर आप अपने business में रहते हैं, आप please उनको ये बताएं कि अपनी आप rating सुधारिए. You will have better access to finance. You will have easier access to finance at a cheaper rate. So I think there is no shortcut answer to what you asked. I had to give this background.
Absolutely, Dhruvashish sir. And just to give you the background, sir, why Dhruvashish sir is emphasizing that there is a lack of awareness about the various government incentives and schemes, I can understand the reason, because MSME ministry has itself compiled a book which gives them all the schemes that the MSME and the various ministries and the government runs, and the schemes are numbering 438. So that might be the number, sir, कि इतने सारे schemes है कि sir इसके लिए भी नहीं आ सकते हैं, हम याद नहीं रह सकते हैं. तो in case if there can be something which I think so ministry can compile and make it into at least some sort of a categorization or some sort of a lesser schemes with the higher amount. So that can be far more easier for us to remember also that way. If that message also can be conveyed by all of us to the ministry concerned at large, so I think so that can also serve the purpose that way. Nimish sir, I think so every MSME has a dream कि sir हम भी export-import business करें sir. Every person wants to do into an import-export business that way. And I think Exim Bank is doing an excellent job in terms of promoting the export businesses and getting the projects and everything. As per my personal experiences goes, and everybody thinks that it is all meant for the bigger companies or larger companies. Do you think that there is a scope for the MSME in terms of these export businesses or this export of this project? If so, how they can use this route and how they can go about with that? Nimish sir.
Thank you very much, and a very relevant question. When you talk about project exports, you only talk about big conglomerates who go and execute projects overseas. But you would be surprised to know that in the last 2 or 2.5 years, we have got small and medium enterprises who have gone ahead and executed projects in complex countries like Kenya and Mauritius, and they have become success stories for us. So the whole idea is that the MSMEs need to be a little bit more technologically advanced, and they need to find out the opportunities which we at Exim Bank of India can provide to them. Now, whenever these big companies are doing projects, they definitely need, in their value chain, small companies to be suppliers or small companies to do a little bit of the big projects that they are doing. And that is where we feel that an integration of a small and medium enterprise in the global value chain along with the big conglomerates can really help. Giving the examples, there was a very small textile company who got selected by way of a good technology, and they have gone ahead and executed a project in Kenya under the lines of credit. Now, lines of credit that we have is usually for very big companies or big conglomerates who go and execute projects. But they have done it, and it has been so nice that it has been a success story, not only for the company itself, but for India as a country, that an SME has gone ahead and done this project. Similarly, a company which is very small with a turnover of $7 to $8 million has gone ahead and done an incinerator project in Mauritius. And I was there a couple of months back, and they said that the SME has performed so well that they are now going ahead and wanting to give a different project to them. So the whole idea is, if you are a little bit more sound in technology and you are able to integrate in the global value chain along with the larger conglomerates, there is a lot of scope. One study that we have done, that under project exports, there is still a gap of almost exports of $120 billion that MSMEs can reach out to, and there is a large scope for MSMEs to do that. So the whole idea is to integrate into the global value chain and see what are the opportunities for you. It is not that only large companies are doing it. Even small companies like you all have gone ahead and executed projects, and that have become very good success stories.
Although just to one recommendation that can be, can the Exim Bank thinks of putting it into your website, some of the potential areas where MSME can go, and some of the draft DPR type of a thing, ki is country mein this is what an opportunity lies. Some draft DPR where they only have to invest only their equity amount, and there goes that whatever information is required for setting up or for doing that project, it is handy there. And it can also be pre-approved by any of the bank also. Like bank can also say ki in case if the Exim Bank has done this pre-feasibility study and everything, it can be something like an auto loan or a car loan type of a concept that can also be thought of, something that I think so that way, in case if Exim Bank take a little bit of that spearheading purpose that way, and it can definitely take a longer view in terms of improving the export from the MSME perspective that way.
That's a very good suggestion. I think we'll take this suggestion back home and we'll see. We may not be able to, because we are a development financial institution, so we are not into a car loan or an auto loan.
No. I was just thinking it can be designed in such a way.
No,
so
that's
from a product perspective, आप इसको product बना दीजिए. Because MSME के लिए उस country में जाके study करना, 5 country में study करना, to do that pre-operative expenses and everything, that might be slightly difficult. In case if you have done it and it is vetted by a bank also, the bank can also come and say, so in case if that collaborative approach come in, that can be a better approach in improving the credit culture.
I take your point. It's a very good suggestion, and we'll try and work towards that. Yes, I would like to mention that we have recently launched an Ubarte Sitare scheme along in association with SIDBI, and that has also taken off very well. We have almost done more than 30 to 35 companies, mainly in the MSMEs and SME sector, whom we have gone ahead and given financing. Here also we have companies with a turnover of as less as 5 to 7 crores, and we have supported them. We have supported them in technology. Again, I'm talking about technology like for manufacture of drones. We have gone ahead. They have got big orders under the defense sector from overseas countries, and we have supported them. So that scheme has also taken off very well, and that is mainly designed to find out hidden champions. Now, even when we are sitting here, there might be many companies who are capable of doing it, but who don't know how to do it, who don't know how to graduate onto that level where they can go ahead and start exporting their products, goods and services. So that Ubarte Sitare scheme, in the name itself, we see that it is a Sitara, but you have to graduate, you have to go ahead. It's like a hidden champion program, that you are champions, but you are not able to leverage upon the advantages that you have within your company to go ahead and export. So Ubarte Sitare scheme is something where we go ahead, we handhold these companies to graduate onto the next level and to become a global champion. So that also you can take advantage of that. The details are there on our website, how to go ahead and how to apply for financing over there. And I'm here also to give certain details on how the scheme works. SIDBI is also there. We are doing it in association with SIDBI. So
just to add, SIDBI Ventures is giving equity support under that scheme. So equity, there's an equity piece and there's a debt piece as well.
Yes. Fantastic. Vikas ji, since we run an investment banking firm and we act as a financial facilitator for all the MSME in helping them in raising loan, with my experiences, I have seen that whenever we approach any bank representing a client for a loan, after the 2 lines, he only asks the third question, or the third line is, क्या collateral दे रहा है? So I suppose may not be the entire project may not have been discussed. I can go and tell कि sir ऐसा client है. मतलब the first माने it is the question which is just in a meeting. मैं आदि पहले line से start कर दूँ कि sir 100% collateralized है तो his interest level is different. Vis-a-vis if I can go and tell कि हम इतना सारा project बताए तो that's the subject matter catch which is there कि how much collateral that the client is offering and what is the rating. These are the two things which is on the paramount of any of the banker whenever I am discussing a project or any of the new client that way. How are you solving this issue, Vikas? And do you think that this issue can ever be resolved, this collateral and the loan?
You actually started off the morning with reference to the nationalization of the banks. And also there were questions around, when I enter a bank, there are questions like, will I get a loan? And if I get a loan, what is the kind of documentation that we've got to actually submit? And there have been times when people have had to submit copious amounts of documents in addition to the collateral. And the collateral could run up to almost about 100 to or maybe beyond 100% of the total loan amount that the person required. Things have changed, and I think there are a lot of institutions. You've got Ugro here, you've got Axis Bank. A lot of these organizations have now evolved into getting into collateral-free loans. And this has been necessitated mainly by, you see, there's an evolving landscape, into the businesses. Businesses have changed. And my sense is the overall collateral levels have also depleted at some point of time, Roshan mentioned about changing family structure. So you had family businesses and families split up, so overall the amount of collaterals have also depleted. So I think businesses also evolved, and digitization was a key trigger, today, if you really look at it. And that has enabled a lot of organizations actually to look at extending loans without the need for collaterals. And see, when you look at collaterals, it's actually you're asking that businessman to put 100% of his equity plus the assets that he would require. And if he wanted some incremental loans, you would probably say, एक और plot ला करके दे दो तो हम loan दे देते हैं. But with GST, and you have had a lot of these organizations who've adopted cash flow based kind of lending. You've got the repayment track record. You've got the banking kind of surrogates where you understand the existing obligations versus the average bank balance. So all of these things have started being used as proxies to enable the capability of a person to repay. So as a surety organization, we actually look at addressing these problems also. And beyond this, what we also believe is there is also a certain part of a missing thing out there, which is about understanding the capability itself of the organization to fulfill what they claim to be fulfilling. So for example, if you say that this is the business that I want to, I built something like screens. What's the real experience that the promoters have had in terms of building that screen? So we as a surety, we look at going beyond the traditional financial approach. We don't just look at the books. Books can be something for a new organization. It's very rare that you find books which are quite healthy. So we believe that capability of the organization itself is the new collateral now. That's something that we're looking at. And that's what we've actually invested in creating that AI and ML capabilities, in being able to delve into data, both which are available on the public space, as well as which is kind of available on consent based. You check with the borrower on whether they have consents, and assess the capability of the organization to be able to fulfill their obligations, at least on the loan obligations. So that's what we've been doing. And the other thing is also that try and create an ecosystem kind of an approach, wherein you have a lot of these trusted people, business entities, and or business entities which have been assessed or which have been underwritten, and also encourage trade between them on just credit. So if you look at it, there is one part of a requirement of a business community which is purely on loans, so which is like actual credit that you hand out to the borrower. But over and above that, there are also other requirements, like he may want to buy a certain raw material, you may want to buy a certain amount of, make a certain amount of investments elsewhere into their business. And for this, he may reach out to the other SME to actually supply him that material. So guarantees can actually help address that trust deficit, or it's just not trust deficit, it's basically, I don't know you, why should I give you credit? And I think guarantees can be used to address that bit of it, even things like an advance payment guarantee. It helps in bringing, it just catalyzes the entire thing. So it's a huge, the kind of impact that actually surety or guarantees can actually bring onto the table by sheer way of unlocking the security deposits, unlocking collateral, can be quite huge. So that's the way we believe that we're looking at approaching
Vikash. Sangramji, Vikash ji is saying that now no collateral required, capability is only the answer for that. How do you assess capability? And in that capability, I think, so how much equity I can bring in, what would be the proper balance sheet size, how do you assess a capability? If you can just tell us. Vikas ji is saying कि capability होने से collateral नहीं लगेगा. आप capability banker assess कैसे करता है, sir?
So that's a fairly nuanced response, because the way you'll assess, let's say, a trading entity versus the way you'll assess an API manufacturer is going to be fairly different. But one of the things that you see when you're in this business, and one of the most gratifying thing as a banker, is that when you go and meet some of your clients who've been with you for a long time, and they talk about how their journey has been from being a micro entrepreneur to being a small to being a medium. In fact, many of them sort of graduate from our segment and are now sitting with the wholesale bank as large corporates, have hit public markets and gone on to do IPOs, etc. And as you go and have those discussions, I think there are a few nuances which become very clear, which also play into the capability point that was being raised. That there are some entrepreneurs who totally understand the financial discipline that's required and how a good partnership between a lender and an entrepreneur can work. And there are some who sort of need to develop on that. And if you see the aspects of what distinguishes people where there's a much higher level of comfort of the bank in participating with the entrepreneur in terms of financial disciplines, you'll see a few aspects. One of those is that as the entities become larger, and a lot of them start being proprietorships or partnership firms, but as they become a little larger, they are happy and willing to become private limited companies, with much higher level of disclosures, with books which are very easy to understand, which have much greater details in them. The second, and this actually goes into, this is one of the very heartening things, is many people understand what debt is meant for, right? So it is not something which is supposed to be permanent. There are a lot of customers who I go and meet who say that, I've taken a term debt at a particular point of time and I paid it off completely, and right now they have only working capital and no debt, etc. And that kind of behavior where people understand that how much of debt is good for them and how much is not good for them actually gives you a lot of confidence about who you're dealing with. Everyone understands that zero leverage is not a very smart thing to have, but a leverage beyond a certain level is also not a smart thing to have. So that understanding of how much debt should a company be able to absorb, what level is healthy, what level is unhealthy, that again becomes a pretty good benchmark of understanding whether whether this particular business will grow faster than the rest of the competition or not. And in line with the same thing, that understanding about what is short-term financing and what is long-term financing, working capital to be used for working capital and not to fund long-term assets, etc. These are the things which probably don't really matter when people are starting off and when they are small businesses at micro level. But as they become larger and as they want banks to sort of participate, and at a certain point of time, one lender is not enough, they'll have to go with multiple banking, etc. These are the things that really begin to sort of differentiate. And you find that a lot of the companies which understand financial discipline, which understand how to have full disclosures, transparencies, etc., build very clean books, then go on to become fairly large businesses. And it is, I can really assure you, it is a joy to sit with those partners and see their story. And I think, look, by nature, entrepreneurs have to be optimistic, and bankers have to be a little more realistic, right? But there are elements where it is great for them to be optimistic, aggressive, go for growth. And we are a growing economy, and I think that is the biggest strength that we have, that we should be able to grow. But at the same time, to be able to understand that what are risks worth taking and which are the risks which are not worth taking. And that ties into the point that you were making about capabilities. I mean, of course, collateral is there right now. As companies get bigger, the amount of collateral reduces, but there are also new age businesses where one understands that there is very little collateral. The money in business for an older generation company tends to be in real estate, right? In collateral, etc. Whereas money in business for a very new company does not tend to be in those things. So you nuance your requirement of collateral on having collateral or not having collateral, also according to the kind of entity that you're dealing with. I hope that answers.
Sangram bhai, I think so. Something I think so. The bank need to also work on that. Ki I think so. 31st March is a passe now. Matlab, we are now working on a 31st March balance sheet, which is 365 days on a static day. I think so. There has to be much more in terms of dynamism, in terms of financials. Every month there is a GST return coming in. You have a bank statement. You know कि मेरे data ने मेरे को पैसा नहीं दिया है. Why ultimately, sir, this 31st March का जो है in terms of all my ratings, all my balance sheet, all my everything. I think so. How can we evolve this system to that dynamism concept? Ki sir, bond pricing or the bond rating is also fluctuating like a stock market fluctuation, sir. कि bond की आज मैं A हूँ, हो सकता है कल मैं A+ हो जाऊँगा. I might be BBB, I might be AA onto something or the date that is there. Because this 2-year impact is only for that 1 day static balance sheet, sir. So I think so if you can think of that perspective from a banking perspective, that's where the MSME and the banker interpretation doesn't match together. Because वो रोज की आके बात करता और आप 31 मार्च की बैलेंस शीट के हिसाब से आप उसको जज करते हैं. So and now the world is changing so faster in terms of कि we don't even know कि एक क्वार्टर में क्या होगा. Commodity prices, if you look into it, 70% fluctuation. 8 out of top 10 commodity prices has fluctuated 70% in this last 1 year. So my working capital requirement might have gone here and there. My term loan requirement might be I've got an extra work order, and my term loan requirement might have got extra here and there. I didn't have so much of time कि sir कि मैं जाता बैंक में apply करता ये सब काम करता. These are the on the ground level realities which are there. So in case if all the bankers' friends are there and everybody is there, so from 31st March, how can we move to a dynamic type of a thing? कि sir आज हम March में आज today we are in September, sir. I tell you कि sir appraisals of the firms are not happening till the time we give them an audited balance sheet, which is 31st March of last year, which is again a 1-day static balance sheet, and that is going to determine by next year, which is at the mid of this year, sir. So this is what I understand कि वो एक थोड़ा सा एक language barrier है. How can we cross that barrier and take it up? Now, sir, coming back to you, I highest regard for you and everything, sir. 2 straight questions for you. Is digitization the end of the road? मतलब digitization आ गया, मेरे भगवान आ गए, मतलब सारे problem solve हो गया. Is that is so? And if so, what are the issues with digitization as such? Digitization के itself has got some pitfall or not? Not sir.
आपके क्वेश्चन के बाहर भी जा सकता हूँ कि नहीं? तो पहले फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट आपके जो 7.5 कस्टमर जो बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा ने रिजेक्ट कर दिए ना, उसमें रिसेंटली एक वन ऑफ देम इज मी ऑल्सो, राइट? So it's very odd. So it's a little story, and Dhruvash is here. He will also laugh.
मैं उसके लिए भी आपको इसके बाद में बताता हूँ सर.
So me and my wife, besides YouGrow, which is a we are becoming a mid-sized small financial institution, 4,500 crore of balance sheet size, 1,000 crore of equity, almost 63 plus lender. Every bank in the country is a lender to us. So me and my wife, she runs a small business, and we took an emergency credit line of 75 lakh rupees. Now, one of the problem of emergency credit line is that it was only given for a period of 4 years. Actually, it created more stress now for MSME because the EMIs are much larger. I being one of them, so I said कि अभी, and this is secure. This loan, my existing loan is secured by a residential property whose value is significant. Loan to value is also very low. So I was sitting in the zone, the GM of Delhi, who has come from Bombay. So he said, इसमें क्या है? तुम बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में बोलो, हम कर देंगे इसको फटाफट. मैंने बोला अभी GM बोल रहे हैं तो कर ही देंगे, 90 लाख रुपए का लोन है, तो इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? So I applied for that loan. And after 1.5 or 2 months of total work, after all the call, पता लगा लोन रिजेक्ट हो गया. तो मैंने, और I was a personal guarantor to that loan. My salary is sufficient to take at least 6-7 times of the loan which I had applied. फिर मैंने उसको बुलाया, मैंने I decided not to call senior people, but मुझे क्यों रिजेक्ट कर दिया भाई, ऐसा क्या प्रॉब्लम था? बोला सर आप जिस एंटिटी में लोन ले रहे हैं ना, उस एंटिटी में 3 साल में 1 साल में लॉस है. मैंने कहा भाई वो तो कोविड वाला साल था, तो उसमें तो लॉस होगा ही होगा. तो लेकिन ये इसमें प्रॉपर्टी भी कोलैटरल है, मेरी पर्सनल गारंटी है, मेरी सैलरी देख लो, इससे 4 गुना लोन है. कह रहे हैं सर वो हमारा समन्वय सर गुजरात में, वहाँ समझते ही नहीं, हम कह के थक गए उनसे, पर उन्होंने रिजेक्ट कर दिया. अरे मैंने कहा उन्होंने मेरा नाम गूगल करके देखा? कह रहा जरूर देखा होगा सर. मैंने कहा मेरे नाम देख के भी उनको समझ नहीं आया कि आदमी डिफॉल्ट करेगा तो एक 4,500 करोड़ की NBFC डिफॉल्ट कर जाएगी. बोले सर ये सब नहीं पता, बट रिजेक्ट तो जरूर कर दिया. सो फाइनली आई डिसाइडेड टू डू वॉट एवर ध्रुवाशीष वाज सेइंग. आई पिक्ड अप द फोन समबडी वेरी सीनियर इन ICICI बैंक एंड सेड बॉस ये करना है, इसको प्लीज कर दो. एंड फाइनली 3 days में दैट गॉट डन. So that is actually the state of MSMEs in India, right? So if you can think of somebody like me who has to go through this experience, what would be happening? And sometimes I wonder what we are doing, what would be happening, in the world. But I think so this whole issue of digitization, so we only service customers which are 10 lakh turnover to 5 crore turnover. So we don't go into the segment of the market. और आप ये प्लीज़ बैंकों को मत बोला कीजिए कि आप GST बैंकिंग करो, हमारे पेट पे लात मारते हो, फिर अगर वही करने लग जाएंगे तो हम क्या करेंगे फिर, right? So please leave that to us. But actually, I think so, I've seen in panel after panel, the bankers are being blamed for all the pitfall or lack of credit for MSME. But actually, that's not true. Actually, some bit of it, at least 50% of that, is also the, how MSMEs have done their business, right? So please don't blame only us. We have all desire and intent to do it. So in 2016, when I was starting to raise capital and I knew lending a little bit, so I decided to do a across the country survey of MSME in different cluster. I had learned only 3 things, that to lend to a customer you need 3 things. Intent, उसका पैसा देने का मंशा है कि नहीं. Eligibility, कितना पैसा हम उसको अभी दे सकते हैं. And third is ability, अगर इतना पैसा दे दिया तो उससे क्या उसकी ग्रोथ आएगी और वो वापस कर सकता है कि नहीं. So I landed up in a Gujarat cluster and I sat in front of an MSME and बोला उसका सर आपका टर्नओवर कितना है. तो उसका मैंने बुक्स देखा और टर्नओवर, बोला सर मेरा टर्नओवर सारा कच्चे में है, क्योंकि हम तो हमारा देखिए 10% बिजनेस पे मार्जिन है और 25% मार्जिन हमारा टैक्स बचा के आता है, तो मेरा 35% मार्जिन है, इसलिए मैं ये बिजनेस करता हूँ. तो मैंने कहा अच्छा तो आपका सारा टर्नओवर कच्चे में, बहुत अच्छी बात है. बोले आप अपना आदमी भेज दो आके देख लेगा. मैंने कहा अच्छा. मैंने कहा आपका खर्चा इसमें तो बहुत ज़्यादा दिख रहा है. तो कह रहा सारा खर्चा मैं घर का साबुन तेल घी मकान सब वो भी सब इसमें बिजनेस में ही डाल देता हूँ. मैंने कहा ये भी बहुत अच्छी बात है. तो मैंने कहा सर आपका ना टर्नओवर पता लग रहा है ना आपका एक्सपेंस पता लग रहा है, तो फिर मैं करूँगा क्या. भाई लेंडर बोलेगा प्रॉपर्टी दे दो. फिर इफ़ आई कांट असेस योर कैश फ्लो तो मैं कैसे लेंड करूँगा, प्रॉपर्टी तो मांगूंगा और क्या करूँगा. हम चैरिटेबल बिजनेस में तो नहीं है ना. सो माई असेसमेंट इज ए फंक्शन ऑफ कैन आई असेस दीज 3 things, योर इंटेंट, योर एलिजिबिलिटी एंड योर एबिलिटी टू पे, एंड दैट इज ए फंक्शन ऑफ MSME realizing that the credit, so more you are informal is more the credit is more the growth. So your 10% of 100 rupees versus a 10% of 500 rupees, what you want to choose is a matter of choice which MSME has to make. Fortunately, when we were born in 2018, 2019, we were born in post-Demon, post-GST era. I think so a large portion of unserved or underserved MSME have realized by choice or by force that they have to converge into formal economy. And that's why, we have now 33,000 customers, Jyoti. For 33,000 customers, 4,400 crore worth rupees of loan. Not for a single customer we have ever taken a balance sheet. Right? Not for a single customer ever. So our entire credit, and Bank of Baroda is our co-lending partner. They know and they have accepted our assessment of credit. We do 3 simple things, and this is very complex when it comes to the data and technology. But basically, we take 24 months of GST. We have a sectoral approach. On the turnover, we apply a margin. Then we take 12 months of banking statement. Every day average cash balance we take out. We do the corroboration of the two, and then we hit the bureau, business bureau, which tells us the intent. Because bureau में खाली score नहीं आता है. Bureau में आता है कितना check bounce किया आपने, कितने बार आपका पे. So all put together we created a score, and that score gives the eligibility of the customer, in hand. So I think so it is evolving and changing, and it is the, I think so more MSME going into this way of getting into formal economy, not trying to get away from the GST net. They will get access to credit faster and superior. And I think so that's my advice.
Fantastic, Nath sir. And there are 2-3 things which again everybody is pointing out that MSMEs should be aware, MSMEs should ko bhi pata hona chahiye, sir. I tell you, sir, given this, we have speaking about the delayed payment. By the way, if anybody has got any question, just raise their hand, because we have got approximately 10-12 minutes. I can take 5 minutes extra from Sonali, and I can take it up. So maximum, Sonali, how much questions we can take? If I can continue, we can, because this is a topic I suppose all the speakers are so passionate about. We can continue for the whole day. We can take your event for a hijack. So just wanted to give you 2-3 important, one important thing that I think so in each and every MSME should be aware of. In 19th of October 2021, there was a public procurement policy which has been revised and which has been sent and which has been popularized, which has been passed as a gazetted act by the government. And the government doesn't want it to promote that act. What that act says is that any government, any central government, although it is restricted to only to the central government and central government administered PSUs only, 75% of the bill has to be paid back to you within 1 month. So, plus there are a lot of other things which has come up in terms of giving an answer to in terms of the delayed payment and everything. So we are just trying to understand that how because since there is a master class on TRADEX thereafter and everything, that how you can take care of that act itself. Because bankers are also there, who has also lent in the money. There is a platform level, there is a digitization, and there are government rules and regulations. So how can, it is also, it has been, the onus is always on the MSME part ki sir aap aake hame bataiye, aap aake humko ye kariye. So can there be an ecosystem that can be created? Can there be a central repository type of a mechanism that can be created? Which is there that banks only send this invoice to a central repository type of a thing who can just tell ki sir is invoice ko hame ye lagta hai ki 75 din mein ya 30 din mein clear ho jayega, and then we get it done. So whether the TRADEX platform can get into a notch higher, where not even whether the amount, because of this act which is coming, where the central government PSUs has to pay 75%. By this act itself, it says, so why again the central government has to come to the platform, accept the invoice, sir, उसी के अंदर 15-20 दिन 1 महीने लग जाते हैं सर. And तो हम लोग तो गवर्नमेंट के साथ में वी आर लाइजनिंग विद देम, वी आर टेलिंग देम दैट हाउ दिस इनवॉइस टू द जीएसटी रिटर्न कैन बी, यदि किसी ने इनपुट क्रेडिट लिया तो इट शुड बी टेकन एज डीम्ड एक्सेप्टेंस. आई एम नॉट इवन टॉकिंग ऑफ दैट. वी कैन इवन टेक केयर ऑफ वेरियस स्कीम्स विच आर बीइंग अवेलेबल. हाउ वी कैन टेक केयर ऑफ दैट? Provided also the banks has got, sir, Vasis sir, you have got so many schemes which are there. How can you link your bank lending schemes to the government schemes subsidized together, and you can take it up that way? Like suppose if it is a PLI scheme which has come in for all the MSME, because what the State Bank and what the other major bankers has done with us, that in collaboration, is that, sir, in case if there is a PLI scheme, all the subsidies and everything taken into account, like in the HAM project which you do for all the annuity HAM project and everything, where all the bigger projects now, banker has started taking into consideration the incentive given by the government while taking the appraisal per se as such. In case if the client doesn't even tell you, bankers are himself telling them, but the project sizes has to be considerably enough. I can understand that. How can we make it into a product, whatever the product that you have designed, Sishu, Mudra, or whatever the loan that you have designed, how can the government schemes can be integrated part of that itself? We don't have to get into that. Let bank, आप 1 लाख एप्लीकेशन या 5,000 एप्लीकेशन की एक साथ फाइल बना के आप गवर्नमेंट को भेज दीजिए और वो सीधा ग्रांट आपके पास आ जाए, एंड देन यू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट इट टू योर क्लाइंट, because you know what are the document need to be submitted. Client has given you those document. SIDBI के पास वो सारे पेपर हैं. Why SIDBI, when you have all the documents of a client, why again the client need to go to a government to claim those subsidies? Why can't the subsidy or the banking organization can act as that nodal agency? You have all the document, you know everything. In case if there is 1 or 2 document missing, you can ask the client and you can send the entire file. If it is going from your side, the credibility far more higher that way.
except for a few schemes, all other schemes it goes directly from our side. The CLCSS, you talk about textile, tufts, and all the schemes it goes from the bank side only.
Ma'am, in tough scheme, each and every individual has to apply to the ministry and to take that tough scheme.
No, the bank applies for every loan. However, there could be instances that subsidies are released en masse. I mean, उनको भी 31st March के पहले release करना होता है, तो it takes some amount of follow-up. लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि उनको individually apply करना पड़ता है for all the subsidies. It's
but
not,
there are a lot
not
of
correct.
state government schemes, there are a lot of
Again,
central government schemes which are there. How can we merge
उद्यम मित्रा
together?
पोर्टल है, उद्यम मित्रा पोर्टल पे एटलीस्ट जो PLI स्कीम्स हैं, डॉट की है और फार्मा की, वो सब उससे इंटीग्रेटेड है. I don't think
There was some question at the back.
there could be a few instances, maybe जैसे food processing की सब्सिडी में मैंने देखा है कि it takes a while and lot of follow up is required, लेकिन the system is there. It's not that the system isn't there.
Let me start from the back. I have a little sympathy for them because मैं भी पीछे से आगे आते हैं कि try कर रहा हूँ. तो फिर पीछे से शुरू करते हैं. Yes sir.
Yeah, my name is Tarun. I'm an ex-banker and a serial entrepreneur. I made a mistake, doing entrepreneurship in India. I should have continued in banking sector.
Sir,
And,
please can you be the question, sir? We all know the issues.
Yeah, so, the problem is nobody listens to us, As sir said, I run a chain of retail stores in India. I'm the microcosm of Future Group. Future Group was facing trouble in the pre-lockdown. It got triggered due to lockdowns. So I'm nowhere right now, I can't go back to the corporate world. I can't shut down these stores. Some of them have, been evacuated by the landlords and all. So, I mean, there's no, where are we, we are not able to create
Sir, I will try to frame the question for you for the benefit of the SIDBI. I would like to start with. He is saying कि India के अंदर में there is no second chance given to a businessman. Every time I have to stand first in the class. Every decision which I take, you please correct me if I am saying anything wrong.
I'm only think Future Group is one example. Big Bazaar, rato raat band ho gaye.
Sir, I'm talking from a general entrepreneur perspective. We are not taking a name here. I'm just talking about that. What we are talking about, that since there is no second chance given to an entrepreneur in the country, how is there any scheme by SIDBI where there is a rehabilitation scheme or whether there is any chance? Although NCLT was one of the proven act which was told, ki, sir, in case if we take a company to an NCLT, it will be called as an honorable exit. Sir, so many bankers are there onto the dais. Sir, खाली एक चीज, आप तो ECLGS ले लेते हैं ना, तो लोग उसको लोन नहीं देते हैं. हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि सर हमने एक कंपनी फेल कर दी, तो इज देयर इज एनी सेकेंड चांस गिवन टू अ बिजनेसमैन अगेन इन हिज लाइफ टाइम? यस, एनीबॉडी कैन आंसर.
सवाल किससे?
So I'll take this question. Sorry.
I'll go.
Please go ahead.
So, in a way, you are right. It's difficult to get a second chance for an entrepreneur. However, the gentleman's question, I'm not sure, was it a COVID related thing or was it something else? Was it regular business?
Ma'am, black swan events will be common in the country now.
Small
so
event, COVID
we don't
wasn't
talk
a small
about COVID or anything. We are
COVID
talking
wasn't a
about any
small
of the
event,
black swan
let me-
events that can come.
No, COVID wasn't a small event. And at least we responded very quickly. We brought in schemes wherein our own borrowers as well as other SMEs who were hit by this massive shock. क्योंकि हमने सबकी बैलेंस शीट डाउन जाते हुए देखी है 20-21 में, इवन 21-22 तक भी शॉक चल रहा है. We came up with the different schemes wherein we gave them extended periods, we gave them additional liquidity infusion, we gave them twarit kind of, very short term and ready-made kind of products. So ये है. अब if you're talking about something which is outside the ambit of banking, मतलब आपका business क्या था? I'm not sure. You're talking about a chain of retail stores and all. I'm not sure how many hard assets, how many soft assets. आपका banking में क्या था? So case-wise is a different scenario. To say that entrepreneurs don't get a second chance, it's partially correct. I would completely agree because we have a balance sheet mindset. 31 मार्च को आप कैसे books अपने close करते हैं, वो सब है. But it is also a work in progress. अगर for some particular reason, which is perceptible, which is understandable to us, कि भाई इनका हम भी काफ़ी direct lending करते हैं, मतलब 25,000 करोड़ का books हमारा भी होता है, तो हम लोग उसके हिसाब से इवन स्कीम्स को भी फॉर्मलाइज करते हैं. हम लोग एवरी मंथली, क्वार्टरली रिव्यू, GST रिटर्न्स, आपका बैंक स्टेटमेंट, ये सब देख करके, एंड वी काइंड ऑफ give you oxygen and give you liquidity infusion. So हम क्योंकि बिकॉज हमारे बुक्स में अगर एनपीए आता है तो फिर वो हम सबके लिए प्रॉब्लम है ना, हमें प्रोविजनिंग करनी पड़ती है. तो एनपीए बचाने के लिए जितना पॉसिबल है, मैं फॉर्मल बैंकिंग चैनल की बात कर रही हूँ, बिकॉज इफ़ यू टॉक अबाउट revenue based financing or different kind of a financing mechanism, and there's a pricing issue also. I mean, अगर कोलैटरल की बात सब कहते हैं कि कोलैटरल बैंक क्यों मांगते हैं, लेकिन आप प्राइसिंग भी तो देखिए ना, जो कोलैटरल फ्री लेंडिंग मिल रही है उसकी क्या प्राइसिंग है. हम क्रेडिट गारंटी के साथ आपको 7.5-8% पे सिडबी लोन देता है, प्लस 1.5% में भी CGT MSC का होता है. तो इट्स ऑलवेज अ रिस्क रिटर्न ट्रेड ऑफ, ये भी हमें देखना होगा. Maybe
But
you can go
I'll just add one thing. Sachendra sir said कि collateral is not, you know, कि capability भी तो देखो ना. अगर लॉकडाउन में बैलेंस शीट्स
Look, sir, these are all very, very capability judgment के लिए.
मैंने कैपेबिलिटी देखने की बात नहीं की, वो विकास सर बोल रहे थे. एज ए फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस capable judging capability is not something which we can do. We only look at number, right? आपको पैसे देना है, हमको पैसे लेना है, वो आप कैसे पैसे वापस करेंगे. Capability is a judgment exercise, and sometimes financial institutions very difficult for them to do capability. Equity डालने वाले देते हैं. But just broadly to answer your question, see, one of the problems, Jyoti, in MSME or small business segment is this notion that you have to continue with business forever.
Correct, sir.
ये बहुत perennial problem है. So during COVID, we launched a program called Sanjeevani. And this Sanjeevani program was only designed to lend during COVID period. We designed it around GST. This is just pre-second wave. And when we pulled the pre-COVID GST turnover and post-COVID GST turnover, and we do correlation between the two turnover and its uptick, wherever we said, and that we created a mortality index. So we do in 100 sub-segment of different sector. And for a particular sector, we created a mortality index and applied that on the uptick of the GST turnover. So if, for example, case hospitality, the mortality index for banquet hall was 100%, fast food chain was only 10%. So logic we applied that a banquet hall survival is very difficult and it would come back, you know, and so that neither emergency credit line nor any facility would be provided. Expectation from banquet hall कि दुकान बंद करेंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे, and he will go out and do something else. And I personally spoke to some customer when we rejected their emergency credit line. Sir, हमारा business तो survive ही कर जाएगा, क्या COVID सारी दुनिया चलता रहेगा? And I said, नहीं, सब हमेशा नहीं चलता रहेगा. But for the period it would run, you will mount so much of losses for yourself and take so much of debt that you can never come out of that debt trap. So entrepreneurship is not about starting businesses. It's also about stopping a business at an appropriate time and get out of that and do something else. So please remember that.
Thank you. Can we have the second question from the mid now?
Mrs. प्रसाद से कि क्या आप इंडिविजुअल हाउस ओनर्स को किसी गांव में सोलर लोन देते हैं क्या? 50,000 रुपये से ज़्यादा नहीं चाहिए पर हाउस ओनर को, ताकि वो अपना रूफटॉप सोलर सिस्टम इंस्टॉल कर सके.
Thank you, sir. The question, I suppose, whether yes or no.
So yes, we do.
Yes, we do, sir. Thank you, sir. You can contact them. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I am H. Kumar from CST Innovation on the solar technology promotion in Rajasthan. क्वेश्चन ये है मैडम, SME सेक्टर मोस्टली अनऑर्गेनाइज में, ये क्वेश्चन तो मैडम है सिडबी के रिप्रेजेंटेशन कि देश के अंदर जो इकोसिस्टम मैनेजमेंट SMEs के लिए वो इनबैलेंसिंग ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि 70% जो SMEs है वो अनऑर्गेनाइज वे में है.
सर, व्हाट इज द क्वेश्चन सर?
क्वेश्चन ये है कि सिडबी के पास में जो स्कीम्स हैं कंजर्वेशन की, जिसमें वाटर भी कंजर्व कर सकते हैं, एनवायरनमेंट भी कंजर्व कर सकते हैं, एनर्जी भी कंजर्व कर सकते हैं, तो उसका जो एक्सेसनेस है वो और होगा. तो इसके लिए हमारे पास कोई ऐसा नेटवर्किंग नहीं है, कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है जिससे कि वो अडेप्ट कर सके. दैट इज क्लाइमेट चेंज, अडेप्टेशन, मिटिगेशन एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सिस्टम. तो क्वेश्चन है कि सिडबी क्यों ना ऐसा है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम भी है SMEs की.
मैं जवाब दे रही हूँ, शायद समय की कमी है. हमारा ग्रीन फाइनेंस वर्टिकल फुल फ्लेजेड वर्टिकल है, फुल फ्लेजेड स्कीम्स है हमारे पास, जिसमें क्लाइमेट चेंज मिटिगेशन, सिडबी इज द ओनली पब्लिक आफ्टर नाबार्ड, वी आर दी GCF accredited इंस्टीट्यूशन इन इंडिया, पब्लिक इंस्टीट्यूशन. फुल फ्लेजेड वर्टिकल है, एंड टू एंड एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी स्कीम है, रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी की स्कीम है, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की स्कीम्स है, और ये सब हम बहुत हैंड होल्डिंग बेसिस पे करते हैं, बिकॉज कई बार लोगों को आइडिया नहीं तो क्या करना है. तो हम अच्छे से मतलब आपका रिसोर्स ऑडिट, एनर्जी ऑडिट करा करके आपको सॉल्यूशन भी बताते हैं और फाइनेंस भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। एक वर्ल्ड बैंक का स्कीम था, उससे हमने कार्व आउट किया एक लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट विच इज़, और लेट मी टेल यू, इस स्कीम में हमारा एनपीए 0 है। ये जो स्कीम है।
क्वेश्चन है कि इसमें एक सजेशन है आपको, क्यों न वन इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट, वन यूटिलिटी, कॉमन यूटिलिटी सेंटर हो जो वाटर कंजर्वेशन, एनवायरमेंट कंजर्वेशन, एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन
वो भी करते हैं। सरकार की स्कीम है, एसपीवी
गवर्नमेंट
स्कीम है सरकार की, एमएससी सीडीपी स्कीम है, उसमें भी सिडबी जो है पार्टनर है गवर्नमेंट का।
वेलकम ऑल द डेलीगेट्स एट एसएमई अर्थ। थैंक यू मिस्टर ज्योति गादिया, आपने एमएसएमई का के बिहाफ पर आपने क्वेश्चन रेज किया। आई एम इन बिजनेस सिंस लास्ट 40 ईयर्स, 40 साल से हूँ, और मुझे 1 करोड़ रुपए का लोन लेने के लिए 5 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी मॉर्टगेज करनी पड़ी। उसके बिहाफ पर भी, उसमें भी क्या हुआ कि मेरा मार्च में एक्सपायर हो गया लोन रिन्यूअल के लिए। उसको वेरीफाई करने के लिए उन्होंने कल गए, परसों मैं साथ लेके गया, गवर्नमेंट बैंक के थे, कि नहीं आपको साइट में जाके देखूंगा, उसके बाद वेरीफाई करूंगा कि आपने कहीं किराए पे चढ़ा दिया या बेच तो नहीं दिया प्रॉपर्टी। तो वो वेरीफाई किया है, तब वो अभी लेटर दिया नहीं, देंगे वो। तो दिस इज़ द प्रॉब्लम वी आर फेसिंग, कि भाई एक नया बिजनेसमैन कहाँ से वो लोन लेगा, कैसे करेगा। ये मेरे तो रिटायरमेंट की टाइम आ गई, अब मेरे बच्चे है, उसके साथ भी सेम प्रॉब्लम आ रही है कि 3 साल से वो लोन के लिए अप्लाई कर रहा है, वो बोल रहे हैं 3 साल के बैलेंस शीट होना चाहिए तब हम।
सर आई थिंक सो सर, मेरे ख्याल से सर आज के दिन बहुत सारी ऑनलाइन पोर्टल्स है, ऑनलाइन ही सारी चीजें हैं सर। आई थिंक सो इन केस इफ यू कैन जस्ट अप्लाई फॉर द ऑनलाइन 59 minutes.
सरकार कहती है 2 करोड़ तक के लोन के लिए आपको कोलैटरल देने की जरूरत नहीं है, सीजीटीएमएससी है, लेकिन इसमें कैच ये है कि दिस लोन शुड बी अदरवाइज सपोर्ट वर्दी एंड बैंकेबल, क्रेडिट वर्दी होना चाहिए। अब क्रेडिट वर्दी थोड़ा सब्जेक्टिव शब्द हो जाता है, तो अब कौन सा बैंकर उसको कैसे असेस कर रहा है, इसमें सब्जेक्टिविटी आ जाती है। हाउएवर आपको क्रेडिट गारंटी कवर के साथ 2 करोड़ तक का लोन कोलैटरल मिल सकता है।
Sir, what I can request you, sir, there is so many online facilitation center which are run by the larger industrial houses, or it is run by the larger industrial associations like CII, ASSOCHAM, plus all the banks, plus there is a government scheme also जहाँ के अंदर उन्होंने एक चैंपियंस पोर्टल बना रखा है सर MSME मिनिस्ट्री के लिए। आई रिक्वेस्ट यू सर, प्लीज़ गो थ्रू दैट चैंपियंस पोर्टल, यू प्लीज़ अप्लाई देयर। यदि हम लोग यदि वहाँ पे यदि लोन नहीं मिल रहा तो देन यू डू एन इंट्रोस्पेक्शन अमॉन्ग आवरसेल्व्स इटसेल्फ कि हमें क्यों नहीं लोन मिल रहा है। जहाँ तक लोन नहीं मिलने की बात है सर, मैं आई जस्ट वांटेड टू शेयर, जिससे कि आपको थोड़ी सहानुभूति मिलेगी, आपको लोन नहीं मिलेगा सर। कि मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल मेरा ये दे रहा हूँ कि सर मैं इंडिया के अंदर में हाईएस्ट लोन कराने का काम करता हूँ। लास्ट ईयर सर हमने 30,000 करोड़ का लोगों के लिए लोन दिलाया था सर। लास्ट 2 साल से हमको अपने लिए लोन नहीं मिला है। So this is what the fallacy of the system है। तो मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ कि सर this is what कि लास्ट 2 साल से, इसीलिए मैंने बोला कि सर आपको मेरी बातों से सहानुभूति मिल सकती है, लेकिन फिर भी whatever I am trying to say that this is what the fact is. I think so whatever the quality and the speakers that we have, those are fabulous sir. In the last, what I would request, सर MSME को ये नहीं पता होता है कि सर हम आपके पास में किस सिचुएशन में कब अप्रोच करें, and what is your USP there. So I will end by giving 1 minute pitch time to each and every speaker कि सर आप एंड में 1 मिनट की अपनी पिच रिपोर्ट ये दे दीजिए कि सर यू हैव ऑल्सो कम हियर फॉर बिजनेस, किस तरह के लोग आपके पास में आए एंड व्हाट इज योर USP. वी कैन स्टार्ट विथ नाथ सर।
अगर
हम आपके पास क्यों आए और आपकी क्या USP विच इज नॉट देयर विद द अदर स्पीकर्स।
अगर आपका 60 से 70% बिजनेस पक्के में है, अगर आपके पास GST है, अगर आप बैंकिंग करते हैं और आपका सिबिल स्कोर है और एटलीस्ट 2 से 3 साल का बिजनेस विंटेज है, हम 15 मिनट में लोन सैंक्शन करके देते हैं।
सिबिल स्कोर मोर देन 600
नहीं, सो आई थिंक सिबिल स्कोर पे हम कट ऑफ नहीं करते।
हाँ ठीक है,
इट्स अ कोलैबोरेशन, बट एटलीस्ट आपका ब्यूरो फुटप्रिंट होना चाहिए।
फैंटास्टिक सर। तो इसका मतलब आपके पास एक लीवे है कि सर 20-30% तक आप कच्चा कर सकते हैं। दिस इज व्हाट द USP व्हाट इज ऑफरिंग। यस सर, कैन वी हैव दिस साइज।
सो जब भी ये डिस्कशन होता है ना, आई थिंक लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस कुछ एक ओवरवेलमिंग पार्ट बन जाते हैं, बट जस्ट रिमाइंड करना चाहता हूँ दैट एज अ बैंक ना हमारे पास फ्यू लाख SMEs बैंक करते हैं, एंड बैंकिंग इज मोर देन जस्ट लेंडिंग, राइट? So there are many things that we do, and lot of our clients come to us. They sometimes come for lending, but sometimes they don't come for lending. They come for trade services, they come for forex, they come for deposit services, they come for cash management. Whoever you are banking with, whoever is your partner, I'm sure they will work with you to support you. But when you look at people like us, I mean, Axis Bank and other banks like that, think of us not just as a lender, but we are a banking partner. So we do everything. And that's what enterprises need. They don't just need money, they also need a whole lot of other banking services.
Fantastic, sir. तो in case he is offering कि sir खाली पैसे के लिए हमारे पास मत आइए, और भी कोई चीज़ की requirement है, then you come back to us. Yes, Vikash bhai.
So, there's a lot which has been made about following your passion. I would rather say follow your talent. So if you've got the talent for the business that you've been in, so and if you're prepared for a more comprehensive underwriting, I mean, which can go beyond the financials, probably we are probably the right person to come to. Yeah. And loans is just one of the products, I mean, where we facilitate with our lending partners, but there are a host of other things that we help facilitate within the MSME sector as well.
Thank you, Vikash bhai. It means Vikas is just saying that follow your passion and rest in terms of collateral security and everything.
Follow
whatever
your talent.
So whatever that is.
Follow your talent.
हाँ, you just
makes immense
follow your
amount of
passion.
sense.
Yes, ma'am.
So 1 मिनट है, फिर से आ गया मेरा नंबर, तो मैं यही बोलूँगी कि भाई हम टर्म लेंडिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वी आर जो डेवलपमेंट फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, सो देश में जो केपेक्स होता है, जो ग्रीनफील्ड यूनिट्स आती हैं MSMEs में, कई बार बैंक्स को दिक्कत होती है उनको फाइनेंस करने में, ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड नहीं होता है. तो अगर आप ऐसे प्रोमोटर्स हैं जिनको ग्रीनफील्ड यूनिट लगानी है, नई यूनिट लगानी है, और ऑफ कोर्स आपके पास एक्सपीरियंस, क्वालिफिकेशन वगैरह है, कोलैटरल की बात मैं नहीं करूँगी, वो फिर से सब्जेक्टिव हो जाता है कि आप CGTMSE में कर रहे हैं या आप तो हमारे सिडबी के पास बहुत अच्छी स्कीम्स हैं. वी हैव द बेस्ट प्राइस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स एज वेल, और फॉर creating MSMEs from scratch with good promoters, we are always there to partner with you and support you in your journey. Thank you so much.
Yes, Devashish sir.
Thank you. I think representing a public sector bank, MSME space में हम 10,000 रुपए तक का लोन से लेके 500 करोड़ तक का लोन देते हैं. So the ambit, the financial जो हम जिस यूनिवर्स में हम ऑपरेट करते हैं MSME में, it is very large. एक स्ट्रीट वेंडर को 10,000 रुपये लोन से एक एक्सपोर्टर को 500 से 600 करोड़ तक का लोन देने का काम हमारी बैंक करती है. हमारे पास करीब 14-15 लाख MSMEs है. आई थिंक 115 साल पुराने का जो हमारा विंटेज है, यू शुड डेफिनेटली एनकैश ऑन दैट. आई वुड वांट दैट वी बिलीव इन रिलेशनशिप. वी हैव कस्टमर्स हु आर 4 generations, 5 generations banking with us. That's the biggest USP I think which a bank like Bank of Baroda has. It is just that you come with a fair intention with a relationship building. हम आपको माइक्रो से स्मॉल से मीडियम टू मिड कॉर्पोरेट टू लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट देखना चाहते हैं. वी वांट दैट generations after generation you shouldn't be just MSME. We want you to give the platform of MSME. वहाँ से आप फिर मिड कॉर्पोरेट और लार्ज कॉर्पोरेट बने. ये हमारी मंशा है, तभी देश की उन्नति हो सकती है.
वासी सर, एब्सोल्युटली. लोग ये कहते हैं कि बैंक लोन दे के आपके लिए प्रार्थना भी करता है सर. सर निमित भाई नहीं, प्रार्थना बहुत रकम से हो सकती है. देयर कैन बी डिफरेंट रीजंस फॉर दैट, बट डेफिनेटली यू प्रे फॉर योर क्लाइंट्स.
आई वुड जस्ट लाइक टू मेंशन कि मैं तो एक डेवलपमेंट फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन से हूँ जो एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट का काम देखते हैं. तो अगर आपके पास कोई प्रोडक्ट है जो आप एक्सपोर्ट करना चाहें, अगर आपके पास कोई एक्सपोर्ट ऑर्डर है और हम ये एस्टेब्लिश कर सकें कि आपके पास वो कैपेबिलिटी है जिस पे आप खरा उतर सकते हैं और वो प्रोडक्ट आप जो इंपोर्टर को चाहिए जो आप एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं टू द बेस्ट ऑफ हिज सेटिस्फैक्शन, देन आप हमारे पास आइए, देन वी विल सपोर्ट यू.
Fantastic. Before I end, I just wanted to congratulate all the MSME entrepreneurs because, sir, whenever I was studying in MBA, there were 2 things which were taught. I think so those philosophies need to be changed with these things. One was I was given एक हम लोग जब MBA पढ़ते थे, हमें बताया गया कि there was a chain of command, organization structure. एक आदमी 6 आदमी को control कर सकता है. This is how the organization structure that was created. This is how the entire hierarchy which was getting created. पहले lower level, पहले scale 1 officer, फिर scale 2, फिर scale 3. This is how the entire organization. And how the information flow कि नीचे से ground level की information पहले A, B को बताएगा, B, C को, and this is how it goes through the top, and this is how it comes. I think so with this time which has changed, there are only 2 types of people which is required in the organization structure. एक जो decision लेता है और एक जो काम करता है. Everything is there, it's done by the WhatsApp. So this is what I feel, this is the one important reason why the MSMEs are so important. The second important reason why the MSMEs are so important, because हमें एक बताया गया था economies of scale. Now economies of scale, I think so everybody sitting in this room, we might have some app, whether it is Facebook, whether it is Times of India or any other app, and it will open and it will customize the news. Financial Express will customize the news as per you. Each and every person who has got a Financial Express app, please open the app. I assure you, it will open the news and it will have the front page customization. It means economies of scale. It has been replaced by customization, and this customization can only be provided by the MSMEs. So these are the two important things where the decision-making criteria, where there is no organization structure which is not required, there is only a decision maker and there is only one who follow the decision. This is only required. Another, economies of scale is replaced by customization. So these are the two prime facets. It is not like that everybody coming here, Financial Express here, or all the speakers, all the bankers, or all the government agencies, they are only talking about MSME. There is a reason behind it. So I would end with all the thanking with all the speakers there at large, and for all the MSMEs, small is beautiful is back with the bang. Thank you so much for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers, everybody. Absolutely delighted, and I enjoyed the discussions thoroughly. Thanks for speaking your heart out. Thank you, Sonali, for giving me, Sonal for giving me, and everybody in the Financial Express team for giving us this opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Definitely, SMEArtha Season 2 is bigger, better, and I think this was one of the most fun panel discussions that we have with all the pointers on point and discussions with a bang, and of course such interesting questions. Thank you so much once again to all the panelists. I think all of them, they deserve a big, big, big hand. All the panelists, let's give it up for all the panelists, and of course our moderator. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, we have a very exciting masterclass for which I think everyone has been very patient and calmly waiting for, which is on bill discounting. To do the honors, I would request Mr. Kailash Kumar Varodia, Chief Financial Officer of Trades Exchange, Receivables Exchange of India, to please join us on stage. Well, of course, there's so much that I have to talk about you, sir. While you, slowly baby steps on stage. Trades was introduced by the RBI Bank in 2014 to ease the liquidity issues faced by MSMEs due to delays in payment from their public and private buyers, undermining their ability to manage their cash flows and sustain the operations of their businesses. Till date, there are 3 trades platforms that have the license to operate: M1 Exchange, FEASmart, and RXIN. And together they have discounted invoices worth rupees 34,362 crores in the financial year 2021 and 22, which is double the value of transactions undertaken in previous fiscal at rupees 17,080 crores. So to throw light on actually how the trades can help the MSMEs manage their cash flows while reducing their borrowing cost, I have the best person up here on stage. But I think he definitely deserved a bigger round of applause than all of you have given him. Once again, please, ladies and gentlemen, let's show some energy to the gentleman up here on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Looking forward to have a great masterclass with you. And all the best once again.
Thanks. Thank you, Manvi. And actually, Manvi has made the, the work so easy. The ECA's set the agenda. So can I have a PPT, please? So in a previous panel discussion, we have started from 1969 when the banks became nationalized, and Jyoti has very well covered it, and ended with Mr. Nath. He has said the digital payment of doing a financing based on the cash flow statement, based on the GST records and bureau details. So yes, one of the topic we have discussed while Jyoti was taking the panel discussion ahead was a digital payment. And trades is basically a digital way of financing against the invoices. When I count trades, it's nothing new basically. It's trade receivable discounting system. So we must be knowing about invoice financing or bill discounting. Almost a 4-decade-old idea. But trades is basically a new idea, I'll say, to make the financing against the invoices on a very digital way, transparent way, under the multi-financer model where there is an auction mechanism. So before I go into trades, how it works, what is the benefit, what are the participate, how it operates and everything, let me just, this is already covered, that what contribution MSME is doing to Indian economy. So MSME contribution in the economy, 11 crore plus jobs, 30% contribution in GDP, 45% plus in export. But if you see that MSME, in previous discussion also, Roshan has covered that 6.33 crore MSMEs are there. And Ganguly Madam was also there, and in Udyam, around 1 crore plus registration is already done. The MSME contribution in the economy is 47 lakh crore. But the problem area is that how much access formal channel of financing MSME have. As per the Niti Aayog report, they had published in July, that there is a gap of 25 lakh crore as far as the MSME sector is concerned. So this is the gap. Now if we talk about the delayed payment, in May 2022, GAME and DNB has published a report which says that 10,70,000 crore is delayed in the MSME sector. And out of that, 80% belong to micro and small, which is around 8.55 crore. Now in 69% case, the delays is basically happen, it's very, shocking figure kind of thing. It's 69%, it is basically from the public sector enterprises or government department. And the study also said that the MSME normally have, 70% of the MSMEs, they have a cash reserve up to 1 month to survive this business. So delay payment is basically somehow hampering the MSME growth also. This I have taken from the DNB study only, that how delayed payment is hampering the MSME sector and also impacting the GDP. So if the delay payment is there, obviously it is going to impact their working capital requirement. Then if there's working capital crunch is there, there will be delay in the making the payment to the bankers. Penalty interest and everything, definitely it is going to increase the production cost, and then if there is an increase in production cost, there is a competition, and then there will be a quality issue kind of thing, and that will be unhappy buyers kind of thing. So this is the impact, ultimately it's going to impact the whole MSME sector, and if it is impacting the MSME sector, it is going to impact the GDP, correct? So lots of steps taken by government to enhance or to support the MSME sector. First, they introduced the MSME Act 2006, where they stipulated, especially for micro and small, that the micro and small enterprise is supposed to receive the money within 45 days from the goods and services acceptance date. So when it is called goods and services acceptance date, there's a gray area. So I don't want to talk on that part. And in 2012, the government also mandated that in the annual report of the corporates or the financial of the corporate, they have to declare the outstanding of the MSMEs. And if the outstanding is more than 45 days, then they have to provide for the interest. Okay. And e-Samadhan portal, ma'am already talked about e-Samadhan portal. It is set up in 2015. And she also highlighted that around 61,000 MSME complaints are still pending to get resolved. December 2015, trades come into the picture. RBI issued the trades guideline, where we will be speaking more on that. So trades is the trades digital discounting system guideline came into the picture. And in 2019, a utility platform got set up, NESL, where the outstanding invoices can be registered over there, and if the buyer has not made the payment on due date, then name get highlighted as a defaulter in making the payment. So how trade started? So trades is not a 3 or 4 old idea. It is almost 1.5 decade. When Dr. Raghuraman Rajan, our ex-governor, he was heading the National Finance Reform Committee. This is one of his idea, and then SIDBI, being a pioneer in the MSME financing, they picked up this idea. They actually gone in Mexico and studied the NAFIN model. So in Mexico, almost 75% of the government dues clear from this kind of platform. So they actually studied the NAFIN model, and they had implemented for their own customer. So SIDBI and NSE in 2009, for their own customer, they had started this kind of platform for their own customer. So there was no bidding kind of thing in that particular platform, so which is called entries. And SIDBI has done many presentation, and MSME ministry also done many presentation to RBI. RBI has set up a committee, and December 2014, RBI has actually issued the guideline. And NSE and SIDBI applied for the license for setting up the platform. Okay, in December 2015, NSA and SIDBI got the in-principle approval from, from RBI to set up the platform and start working on that. According to guidelines, they have to form a new company called, so they formed a new company in February 2016 called Receivable Exchange of India, RXIL, and started working along with the CDB and NSE, State Bank of India, ICICI and Yes Bank also joined this initiative. December 2016, RBI given the final approval to RXIL to perform a transaction, and on 9th January 2017, we had done a first transaction, electronic way of financing the invoices for the MSME sector on a very bidding mechanism kind of thing. Now it's already 5.5 years journey. So as I told you, the whole objective of setting up the trades platform is to finance against the receivable of the MSME. As Jyoti has mentioned in the previous panel that there are, and I'm surprised to know this, that there are 400 schemes by the government, either by the state government or central government for to help the MSME. Either it can be, credit guarantee scheme or startup scheme or non-collateral scheme kind of thing. But there is no such scheme where the invoices get financed based on the strength of the buyer. And trades is that particular scheme. The whole objective of the trades is to finance against the receivable of the MSME based on the strength of the buyer and a very digital and transparent way where there is a multi-financer model. So trades is basically a marketplace, a platform, an aggregator where the buyer, seller and financer can do the invoice financing. This is a many-to-many relationship. When I call many-to-many relationship, it says that, one buyer can have thousands of MSME vendor on the seller side of it. One MSME seller can have 10, 15, 20 buyers register on the buyer side of it. And there is a multi-financer model. So today we have more than 50 financer covering all public sector banks, major private banks and major MNC banks. So RXL is basically joining the dots. I will not say RXL trades because there are 3 entities who got the license. So we are joining the trades and we are facilitating to financing against the receivable of the MSME on a totally digital and transparent and auction-based mechanism. So what we do basically, so as I told you, we have 3 participants. This platform is basically developed for the MSME. Their receivable get discounted. So seller side will always be MSME. When I talk about buyer a large corporate, a medium corporate or a PSUs or government department, based on their strength, the financer is ready to finance against the receivable of the MSME. So this is purely without recourse to MSME. There will be no balance sheet analysis of the MSME while financing the invoices of the MSME. The financer coming on the platform, they will see the buyer strength, they will see the rating of the buyer, they will see the credit worthiness of the buyer, and they will finance against. So one gentleman told that because of future, he is now facing the issue with his business. But tomorrow, let's say if he is supplying to any other corporate where there is a good strength, rather than analyzing their balance sheet, we will, as a trades, financer will see that buyer and finance against those receivables. It is not at all based on the historical record of the MSME as far as their financials are concerned. Third category is the financer, bank and NBFC factors can be financed on the platform. But in the recent guideline of RBI, other NBFCs can also become a finance on the platform. That's really increased the kitty of the finance on the platform. But obviously, those NBFC has to comply a few conditions like there will be non-deposit taking NBFCs, more than 1,000 crore of asset size and 5 crore plus net worth. So beauty of this platform is that this participant, this member has to get registered on trades platform, and whatever document they have to submit with respect to this facility is purely with the exchange. So there will be no bilateral arrangement between the buyer or the financer or seller or the financer with respect to this kind of facility. So whatever KYC, whatever agreement, that has to be only done with exchange. So today, as I told you, we have 50 plus financer. None of the financiers are going to knock their door and ask for the documents with respect to financing against the receivable on the trades. So once they register, because every buyer and seller have different business relationship. Someone can have 30 days of credit period, someone have 45 days, someone have 10 days kind of thing. This platform support factoring as well as reverse factoring. When I talk about factoring where the seller requires the funds, there is a credit period, and they will upload the invoices and they will bear the financing cost. Again, reverse factoring, where the buyer who requires the funds they will bear the financing cost, they will upload the invoices. In any of the case, the buyer and seller has to agree on the financing terms. So what is the credit period, who will upload the invoices, who will accept the interest rate, and everything has to be defined before they start the transactions. And when we work with the buyer, when we know that XYZ buyer, so take an example of say Mahindra and Mahindra. When we are working with that, we share that name with the financer, and before they start the transaction, financer are ready with the limits. This is a notional limit or unadvised limits given by the financer. Obviously, every financer have their own policy to define the limits on trades. So they are ready with the limits based on their own policies. So here I will be taking more time that how it normally how trades transaction happens on the platform. So we take example of ABC who supplies to say Mahindra and Mahindra. Now ABC is a small MSME and he supplies to Mahindra and Mahindra. The normal process is that Mahindra and Mahindra raise the purchase order on ABC, and based on the purchase order, ABC supplies the material, and as per the terms, so that once we receive the material and material is in order, Mahindra and Mahindra is going to make the payment after 45 days. Correct? So take example 1st September when he has supplied the material and material is accepted on say 5th of September, that means he is going to get the payment on 20th of October. Correct? So now ABC is a small guy. He requires the funds. He has to make the salaries. His suppliers are also behind him. Rent payment, electricity payment. Correct? So what he can do if the Mahindra and Mahindra, M&M and ABC both are registered and already done the define the relationship on the platform, and as I told you, we work with the financer before we start the transaction, and around 10 financer is already ready to take exposure on M&M. So now what we'll do, ABC will upload the invoices on the platform. Now we have both the option, all trades we have both the option that ABC can also upload the invoices or buyer can also upload the invoices, or we have all the integration capabilities where from the directly ERP or SAP system of the buyer, the data can directly flow to the trades platform. So if one party is uploading the invoices, second party become a counterparty. So they have to accept invoices. So in this particular example, what we have taken is that, take example, 10 lakh of amount is uploaded by ABC, and M&M has seen that okay, 10 lakh invoices have been uploaded by ABC. Now they have three choices. Either if the material is not received, obviously they can reject that particular invoices. And if the material of 10 lakh is out of that 10 lakh, 20,000 is of deteriorated quality, they can return that invoices and I'll ask them to resubmit it with the correct amount and approve the full invoices. To take an example, they had approved the invoices of say 10 lakh rupees. Now the financer who has ready to take a call on Mahindra Mahindra, they will say that particular invoices. Okay, ABC has uploaded invoices, value is 10 lakh and Mahindra Mahindra is already accepted and the due date is of say 20th of October. Now what they will do, they will put a bid. That is, they will quote their interest rate. And this is totally a dynamic real-time kind of thing and total competitive kind of thing. Say SBI put 8% and then Yes Bank will put 7.5%, again Bank of Baroda will put 7%, ICICI put 6%. Again SBI, because they don't want to lose the business of Mahindra and Mahindra, they can revise their quote and put 5.5%. Now example what we have taken is that, in this particular case that MSME is bearing the cost. So the party who's bearing the cost, they will have a right to accept the bid. Okay. So in this particular case, 5.5 is a very good rate. The cost bearing party is going to accept the bid. Now, as I told you, we have factoring as well as reverse factoring as per the trades guideline. But RXIL trades have a combination of factoring as well as reverse factoring. Same example, take an example that ABC has supplied the material on 45th day, but M&M also wants 60 days for their own self. That means the total tenure of financing is 105 days. First 45 days interest can be borne by ABC and next 60 days interest can be borne by the M&M. So it is win-win situation for both of them, correct? So once the bids are accepted, now the obligation is on financer to make the payment, to make the disbursement. And as I told you, this is totally digital platform. We are a fintech, correct? So there is no manual RTGS or NEFT transfer as far as the funds is concerned. When we onboard the buyer or financer, we take a NACH auto debit mandate. NACH auto debit mandate of designated bank account, which allows us to debit that designated bank account and pull the money and make the payment to the vendor or financer on the respective obligation dates. So in this particular case, whatever bids accepted, whatever interest accepted today gets settled next day, T+1. So what we'll do as a trades, we debit the finance account and give it to the vendor working capital account. And on due date, that means on 20th of October, we debit the buyer account and credit to the financer. On 20th of October, if something is happening to the buyer, if buyer is not able to honor their payment, so financer is not going to come to the MSMEs and ask for the money. It's completely without recourse to the MSME sellers. That means the exposure is being taken by the financer is only on the buyer. So this is how the whole concept works. For the simplicity, just to bifurcate between the factoring and reverse factoring, factoring where seller upload invoices and interest has been borne by the seller, and then on due date obviously the obligation is on the financer. Reverse factoring where actually buyer upload invoices, he needs the financing, the bid been placed by the financer, and buyer who is going to bear the cost, they will only accept the bid. And on due date obviously buyer is going to make the payment. Now, what is the benefit? How trades is evolving and what are the benefits? This is where I want to put more, that as far as the MSME is concerned, as I told you in the beginning only, there is no scheme for the MSME where their receivables get discounted based on the strength of the buyer, plus without recourse. So there are lots of benefit for the MSME. One of the important benefit is that is a multi-financer model. The MSME can have access to all the banks present on the platform, which is ready to take a call on the buyer. There is no limit cap. Like if MSME today goes to his banker for a bill discounting or factoring, there is a limit cap. There is a fixed interest rate, correct? Whereas here, there is no limit cap. Whatever buyer can enjoy, the whole limit can be given to the MSME. Competitive pricing, because there is a competition. There are various banks are involved. They are competing with each other because banker also get priority sector lending benefit. So they compete with each other and get a best rate over here. No follow-up, totally digital and paperless, without recourse. So it is not going to impact their balance sheet as far as the financing taken on the platform. And definitely, yes, quicker payment, because the seller, the MSME seller or buyer, they can very well track that, okay, they have uploaded invoices, it is in what stage, it is in now approved by buyer, it is now in the bidding screen, and then subsequently when it is bidded, now it is going to get settled in next day. For buyer also it is benefited because coming on the platform, buyer can also comply with the MSME Act that within 45 days, they have to make the payment to the MSME suppliers. And then they can very well take the extended credit period, 60 days, 70 days, 90 days kind of thing, which is called a reverse factoring kind of thing. Obviously, this really strengthens the relationship between the buyer and seller because a good seller is there. And because based on the strength of the buyer, he's getting the payment, definitely is going to impact the relationship, the product pricing, and if the good seller is there, they can really supply good material to them or better services to them. Okay, we all have capability to integrate with the ERP and SAP system of the buyer. So there is no manual intervention required, though errors can be avoided as far as the trade transaction is concerned. And again, it's a totally digital paper, no follow-up is required, and third party obviously, so India में ऐसा है कि इसको मिला तो मुझे क्या है? All the three, it will run only when all the three parties will get benefit out of it, correct? So financer also there is a benefits because whatever financing happening on this platform, whether it's factoring or reverse factoring. So take example, financer who's actually doing a supplier finance for Mahindra & Mahindra in their books, it doesn't qualify for the priority sector lending benefit, correct? Because it's a facility given for the Mahindra & Mahindra. But here, whether it is factoring or reverse factoring, it qualifies for the priority sector lending benefit. And the kind of quality of the buyers present on the platform, because this is the last place where buyer want to default. Very strict guideline with respect to default, because if the NACH auto debit get bounced, that is basically check bounce. So any default continues for more than 5 days, declared as a defaulted, and it is get reported as to RBI, to DFS, and all the financiers present on the platform. So the buyer present on the platform is quality buyer, and this is the last place they want to default. Plus, we have all the capability to do integration, so they don't have to put a manual person, okay, with respect to business, with respect to doing a transactions, operational work kind of thing. So this gives an opportunity to them to do the business on the platform. Take an example, Amer's NBD, Amer's National Bank of Dubai, only 2 branches in India. Tomorrow, if he want to take a business in IOCL or Tata Motors, he will not get easy access to them. Through this platform, if he is competitive, he can take a business over to them. correct? And this will give a better pricing to the MSMEs or Tata Motor or Mahindra and Mahindra or IOCL or BPCL. And obviously, the financer can cross-sell their other products to either MSMEs or corporate based on their requirement. So lots of initiative taken by RBI to promote this platform, because this is the baby of RBI. And lots of efforts been done by RBI to grow this particular thing, which can address the liquidity issue of MSME. They mandated all the central PSUs in October 2017 to get registered on trades platform. And in the beginning only ma'am said that it's mandated to register on a trades platform, not a transaction, correct? So that is one of the, I'll say, limitations. But this mandated all the public sector banks, public sector enterprises to get registered on trades platform. And we have seen a good traction, to be very honest with you. We started with around 1%. Now RXL in the books, almost 12 to 15% is contributed by central PSUs, correct? One of the bold steps taken by the government that in November 2018, they have mandated that all the corporates whose turnover is more than 500 crore to get registered on trades platform. Again, the same issue. It is mandated to get registered on trades platform, but there is no compulsion on transaction. But yes, today we have around 900 plus buyers, and out of the 30% are active, and we are doing a good job, I'll say. In all three exchanges, I think we have done in 5 years' time around 1 lakh crore of financing on the platform. We are already integrated with GEMS portal, so you must be aware that government e-marketplace, it's basically Flipkart or Amazon for the government bodies or PSUs, where they can procure their material or goods from that particular site. So this is government e-marketplace. We have integrated with them. So any unpaid invoices can get financed through trades platform. One of the important announcement, or I think this is in trade guideline also, that whatever financing happening on this platform, it qualify for the priority sector lending benefit. And this really encourage the financer to come on the platform, obviously because they have to meet the PSL criteria. Plus, they can give a competitive rate also, because they get some kind of benefit out of it. And then subsequently, there are various initiatives taken by Government of India, RBI, MSME industries, ministers to create the awareness. As Jyoti in the start, he said that awareness is not there. 400 schemes are there, but awareness is not there. To create the awareness and to take a status of the trades, there are lots of efforts done by the Government of India and RBI to take the platform to the next level. To just share some snapshot, I'll try to cover wherever possible that all three exchanges. So as a RXL, we have 12,000 plus MSME today, and all three exchanges around we are catering to 35,000 MSMEs. We have 900 plus buyers, all three trade platform around 2,500. 50 plus financer, all public sector banks, and a private bank like ICICI, Axis Bank, Kotak, Federal Bank, KVB, foreign bank like Stancy, HSBC, Deutsche Bank, DBS, Shinan, Amets NBD. So all are present on the platform. In 5 years journey, we have done around 32,000 crore of financing and 33,000 now. And all three platform, we are across a lakh crore of financing on the platform, handled around 19 lakh invoices ranging from 100 rupees to 15 crore, 1 day to 180 days, and rate is from 3.55, and I'm talking about per annum rate, 3.55 to 12.5%, and average if I say below 7%, 6.78, and that is all triple B minus, A, AA, AAA, all permutation and combination. Out of 12,000 MSMEs, we have 90% micro and small. And as correctly said in the previous panel discussion also, micro and small enterprises who actually require the fund, because they have a limited cash reserve, they have limited collateral, they have limited limits from the bankers. And as correctly said that out of 10 proposal, 7 get rejected. And that is actually the gap. If you see 25 lakh crore gap, which is 70% of the demand by the MSME sector, correct? This is just a notification when we have started, and when the Prime Minister announced, our Honorable Prime Minister announced in November 2018 in the MSME outreach program that all the corporates whose turnover is more than 500 crores have to mandatorily get registered on trades, and this is the notification of it. This is, I'll not go into this. Again, when we talk about fintech, we have digital journey also to onboard. So today, we have onboarded more than 12,000 MSMEs, and we have that capability where monthly we can do around 2,000 MSME onboarding. We have totally digital journey to onboard them. Thanks to CKYC, video KYC, and also we have that APIs where we can fetch the information from MCA, GST, Udyam, NSDL. So the MSME who start their journey, just upload the information, and then that 60% of the information get pre-filled, either through MCA, or through GST network, or through IT, NSDL, or through Udyam kind of thing. So they have to just upload a KYC, even the master agreement and everything is that digital sign through Aadhaar base or through DSC kind of thing. So full journey is digital. So MSME is sitting in the office in 1 day time, or we'll say 2 hours, he can complete his journey. This is just you can visit rxl.in and start registration, and with these few details, you can start your journey, and automatically 90%, 60% of these things get filled into that. So this is how MSME get registered. Now to just share with the experience with you, I'm already done with my presentation. So now the way we are growing, if I just talk about RXL as an example, how trades is getting. Pre-COVID, and Manvi is also mentioned about FY 21-22, pre-COVID, RXL was doing 200 crore of financing, and as all three platforms, we were doing around 7,000, correct? In COVID first year, FY 2021, we have done 6,500 crore of financing on the platform, which is 180% as compared to pre-COVID. And all three platforms, we have done around 17,000 crore of financing. Now in FY 21-22, we have done 13,400 crore of financing, again a 105% jump. All trades platform, 34,000 plus, again a 100% jump. So the trades are going well, to be very honest with you. Many people say that RBI envisaged this and trades are not giving. No. 1 lakh crore of financing has happened through trades platform. To just share my experience with you, PSU when we started around 1 or 2% they were doing. Today across all three platforms, PSU is already doing around 10% of financing. RXL is also a platform where we have activated the state government. Goa state became the first state who has started transaction in October 2020, and in last 20 months time, they have done around 900 crore of financing to the trades platform. This has given the feedback from the CM from Goa government, Mr. Pramod Sawant, that their MSME has said they have actually saved 40% of the financing cost through the trades platform. Today, nearly 300 MSMEs are getting benefit of the Goa government who was using the trades, and their 40% financing costs have been saved. The rate range for the Goa MSMEs are 6 to 8%, depending upon the obviously competition. Recently, we are also active because Goa government become a case study for other state also, and we have done a representation to other state also. Recently, on 25th of August, we have signed the MOU with Tamil Nadu government also, and Tamil Nadu government become a second state to do a live transaction on RXL Trades platform. Today, Tamil Nadu government shortlisted around 100, their state enterprises, their corporations, and their societies kind of thing. And 76 of them has already registered, and 2 of them has already started. We are already discussing with 11 states to get them activated on trades platform. So with this, I'll pause over here. If you have any query, any details, happy to address it. With my colleague, Ruchi Agrawal is there. She is the national head business of RXL. So if you have any query, we like to address that. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What happens? I continue to pay interest.
Yeah. So again, I'm repeating. If once it is financing is done, okay, and buyer delays, it is between the financer and the buyer. The MSME is completely out. It is without recourse to the MSME. That means, let's example, if you have done for financing for 45 days, you have borrowed the interest for 45 days, you are out. Yeah. If the financer delays, it is between, sorry, if the buyer delays, it is between the financer and the buyer. Okay. And the delay of that overdue interest for the delay period will be paid by the buyer to the financer directly.
Oh, wonderful. Very good. Thank you. Sir, can I ask one more question?
Yeah, please.
Suppose there are many buyers, I understand, who are still not registered with you.
Yeah.
They are more than 500 crore turnover and they are PSUs. For example, I have a customer which is Ordnance Factory, which is a Ministry of Defense unit, and now there is a PSU, it's under a PSU, and they are not registered, I understand, with you. What should we can do to request you that you ask them to register with you?
Very good question, sir. I understand, because you had mentioned the OFB, one of the, I'll say, limitation or challenge with respect to the government department, or I'll specifically say OFB, when we started working with them, that when they make the payment, they normally use their treasury account. They don't have any specific, current account kind of thing. So one of the requirement of the trades is that they have to give a NACH auto debit mandate, which allows us to debit their account. Okay. So we have taken up, and I also one of the committee member into that. Obviously now OFB has changed. So very soon we will be starting OFB also. Yes, absolutely right. Absolutely. So we have already taken up, obviously because of PSU, it will take some time. Because they are into that transition phase, very soon we will be activating OFB also, or you can say railways also.
थैंक यू चेयरमैन, बहुत ही अच्छी बात कही कि आपने एसएमई सेक्टर को कैसे बूस्ट किया जाए. वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू. माय क्वेश्चन आई वाज, 12 तारीख को मैं कोटा में था, एसएमईज डिफेंस एनक्लेव. उसमें लगभग 170 आइटम्स है एसएमईज के लिए, और जो बैंड हो गया वो बनाने के लिए एनक्लेव हुआ था. तो उसमें कि क्या इस जो एसएमईज डिफेंस सेक्टर में, मैं वैसे सोलर टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हूँ, उसमें भी हो सकता है क्या जो बड़ी बाहर से नई टेक्नोलॉजीज आ रहे हैं उसके बाहर सेल की बात आती है, तो क्या किस तरह से ये हेल्प करेगी एसएमईज को उस रूप में? ये
सर डेफिनेटली कर सकती है. सर इसलिए कर सकती है कि जैसे कहा कि मैंने पहले ही कहा कि ये पूरी तरह बायर डिपेंडेंस है. आपकी कोई फाइनेंशियल बैलेंस शीट बेस देखी नहीं जाती है. करेक्ट. जैसे आप डिफेंस की बात करो तो HL इज द फर्स्ट PSU. द फर्स्ट PSU स्टार्टेड ट्रेड ट्रांजैक्शन इन इंडिया. तो HL का हम ऑलरेडी करते हैं नासिक डिवीजन. ठीक है. तो ऑलरेडी बेंगलोर से भी हमने चालू कर दिया. तो ये ऑलरेडी हम लोग कर रहे हैं. एक ही मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट है कि आपका बायर भी रजिस्टर होना चाहिए. बिकॉज आप अगर फाइनेंसर को देखेंगे तो वो बायर को देख के पैसे दे रहे हैं. तो बायर की क्या क्रेडिट वर्थनेस है, उसके ऊपर ही आपका आगे फाइनेंसिंग पॉसिबल है.
क्योंकि उसमें क्या इकोसिस्टम मैनेजमेंट नहीं होने की वजह से वो एक्सेस नहीं कर पा रहा. मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन क्वेश्चन है कि एसएमईज को इतनी सारी स्कीम है कि वो अपने आप को डिसेंट्रलाइज में आ ही नहीं पा रहा है.
सर ये
इसका इंटीग्रेशन नहीं है.
सर ये अवेयरनेस की ही कमी है. अवेयरनेस की कमी है सर.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. सो नाइस ऑफ यू.
माय नेम इज राजीव भाटिया. सर, आर कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्रीज कंपनीज आर रजिस्टर्ड विद यू. मोस्टली कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनीज आर नॉट पेइंग their vendors, whatever the purchaser are their subcontractor, within the 30 days period, whatever the vendors are registered with MSME are with mostly construction companies are not paying within 90 days even. When we can vendors, small vendors can register with you for this. Are bigger companies like L&T, Afcon, ITD are very big construction companies are registered with you?
So to just answer you, sir, when you talk about L&T ECC or Afcons, they are already registered with us.
But they are not paying whatever this member registered with MSME. They are not paying on time.
So you can get it registered on trades, and definitely we can one-to-one take to your cases to the different buyer.
Sir, but the small vendors are not having so much turnover of 5 crore or 10 crore, but they are very less amount of turnover they are having.
No turnover criteria, sir. We have discounted invoices from 100 rupees to 15 crore. So there is no turnover criteria. As I told you, your balance sheet is not going to analyze by the financer before financing the invoices on the trades platform. They will see the buyer's strength and their acceptance, and they will make the financing.
Your suggestion is whatever we are dealing with this small vendors should register with you on first, and then the process they will have to start.
Yes, definitely.
Then
yes.
you will take care with the big companies, and they will get trade finance from you.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you very
We have a
much.
dedicated RM team who will follow up with respect to, once you register, we will follow up with the buyer with respect to availing the financing against your receivables.
Because main problem is when they don't pay within the due times, the vendors are not being able to pay GST on time.
Correct. Correctly said by you. So then I was mentioning that 10,70,000 crore is delayed. 18% GST is already paid by MSME to the government, correct? And they have not realized the money. What you are saying is absolutely right.
He has paid a huge damage to GST department also for the delays.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I will add to his question that now he raised the L&T and Afcons and other big construction industries. These industries give a subcontract to party B. Then the party B gives to another subcontractor to a small parties. Now the small parties are doing a portion of that big contract. So, because their active scope is very limited. But the middle B parties, they said since the commissioning is not delayed due to any reason, the small sector, the minuscule MSMEs, they suffer a lot. उनका जो पिछले का 10% या 15% रह जाता है पैसा, वो जब तक मेन प्लांट का कमीशनिंग नहीं होता, वो 2 साल में हो, 3 साल में हो, बेचारे MSMEs का तो हालत ख़राब हो जाता है, वो 10% भी उनका जो प्रॉफिट होता है वो अटका रहता है. और अगर वो MSME 3 प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं, अगर 10% अटक गया तो 30% उनका फाइनेंस अटक जाता है. और जो बैंक से लोन लेते हैं, वो जो उनको ऋण देना पड़ता है, उनको लोन वापस करना पड़ता है, वो भी अटक जाता है. तो इट इज़ ए विशियस सर्कल. द स्मॉल स्केल industry are the worst sufferers in the payment terms. This is my question. So how you can help these people? Thank you.
I was expecting this question basically. At the end of the day, it's whole MSME ecosystem, correct? So the second level, B you said, is take example, he's a medium guy, medium enterprise, and small is supplying to him. So we are also working on that, and Mr. Nath has already highlighted that portion that, based on the strength of the B, in the sense, if you are supplying to medium category also, and if we can do some kind of bank analysis or GST analysis and give it to the financer a scoring model, that financing can also avail for that small micro enterprises also. So that will also get addressed. But yeah, we are working on it.
And she is in mold doldrums. So वो बड़ा तो जब commissioning होगा, उसने suppose एक छोटा सा item दिया प्रोजेक्ट में और उसका काम खत्म हो गया. सपोज 10 लाख का काम किया उसने और मेरा काम खत्म है. आई हैव नथिंग टू डू विद योर कमीशनिंग. योर 500 करोड़ का प्रोजेक्ट है, उसमें मेरा 10 लाख का है, मैंने काम खत्म कर दिया, मैं जाऊं, मेरे को छोड़ो. उसका तो पैसा अटक जाता है. उसका तो जो पेमेंट है, जो सप्लाई एंड इरेक्शन का पेमेंट है, वो 80% के करीब होता है. तो वो 20% उसका वैसे अटक गया और जो इरेक्शन का होता है 10% वो भी नहीं मिलता है. तो ही गेट्स हार्डली 50%. That he has to pay to his bought out vendors. जहाँ से उसने सामान खरीदा है, उसको तो 100% पेमेंट करता है, उसको 60%, 50% पेमेंट मिलता है. तो this is a vicious circle because I am technocrat and I am helping the engineers who are coming out from the small towns. उनके पास जो small capital रहती है, वो इन्हीं चीज़ों में फंस जाती है. तो वो कहता है मैं क्या बिजनेस करूँ, इससे तो छोले भटूरे की दुकान लगाओ और फास्ट फूड की लगाओ, उसमें तो कैश है, सीधा कैश मिल रहा है, सीधा कोई लेने की कोई बैंक गारंटी नहीं, कोई कमीशनिंग नहीं, कोई इरेक्शन नहीं, कुछ नहीं. तो दैट इज बेटर. और दिस टेक्नोक्रेट्स और द MBAs और जो हम आत्मनिर्भर की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें अगर ऐसे मारे जाएंगे स्मॉल स्केल वाले, एक गाँव से लड़का आता है, उसके पास क्या है, ज़्यादा अपनी ज़मीन है, किसान का बेटा है, वो अपनी ज़मीन गिरवी रख के आता है. उसके पास क्या है, थोड़ा गिरवी मिल जाता है, वो पैसा लेता है. अगर 4 जगह उसका पैसा फंस गया. अब ये जो ज्योति ने बात किया था कि एवरी क्वार्टर द थिंग्स आर चेंजिंग. इट इज़ नॉट दैट 31 मार्च को जाके बैलेंस शीट बनेगी, ये बनेगी. जो स्मॉल जो गाँव से आता है, वो एक क्वार्टर में उसको 10 ऑर्डर मिल जाते हैं आगे क्वार्टर में कुछ नहीं मिलता, तो जो 10 ऑर्डर मिलते हैं उसको, उसके लिए उसके पास पैसा नहीं है, कहीं बैंक गारंटी देनी है, कहीं वेंडर को पैसा देना, कहीं सो मैनी इफ एंड बट्स आर देयर। वो अब ही इज अनेबल टू ग्रैब दोज 10 ऑर्डर्स। वो कहता है मेरे पास तो पैसा इतना ही है, मेरा जो पैसा फंसा हुआ है विद ए एंड बी विच आई डिस्क्राइब अर्लियर, तो उसके पास पैसा नहीं रहता, विद द रिजल्ट वो मारा जाता है। अब क्या होता है, जब तक उसका जो एक आइडिया था वो 2 साल में ऑब्सोलीट हो जाता है, उसके जगह 100 प्लेयर आ जाते हैं, तो अब वो चेंज करता है। वो अभी जो डिस्कस हुआ था पैनल में कि एक बारी किसी ने बंद हो गया तो उसको सारी ज़िंदगी भर उसको तो कत्ल हो गया बस, वो he cannot become a businessman again, he cannot come up, revive his business. So what is your take on that? Thank you.
सर इसके लिए यही है, ये डिलेड पेमेंट का तो चल ही रहा है, करेक्ट, दैट्स व्हाई देयर आर वेरियस एक्ट्स आल्सो देयर। नाउ जो आपका जो पेन पॉइंट है कि जो मिडिल लेवल है उसको फाइनेंसिंग मिल सकता है क्या, या बायर के विदाउट एक्सेप्टेंस भी फाइनेंसर मिल सकता है क्या, तो उसके ऊपर हम लोग ऑलरेडी काम कर रहे हैं, बट इट इज टू अर्ली टू से ऑन दैट।
As this instrument proposes, it's a risk mitigation tool for the MSME seller, and the obligation goes to the buyer. Now, buyer-seller relationship is more, on softer aspects. When I'm talking about long-term buyer-seller relationship, mostly for contract manufacturing. Now the buyer is getting the obligation coming on him. Why won't he change the seller, the supplier, in the next instance? Maybe for this instance, he is bound to go for these obligations. But next time onwards, I'll change. Because my seller is putting the risk on me. How will you justify that?
See, at the end of the day, first of all, as a buyer, the buyer has to make the payment within 45 days, that's for sure, correct? Now, there are two ways to it. Whenever, as a seller, if I am supplying to you, and I am going to supply to this to you, and I know that you are going to make the payment after 50 days or 60 days or whatever, and my financing cost is 15%, I am definitely going to build into the product pricing, correct?
If a challenge comes, an external, something like COVID which happened, it can come to anybody. I'm talking about a relationship which is 10 years, 15 years, and it took time to build it. All of a sudden, I'm coming up with this instrument, and without looking at the challenge, I'm trying to mitigate my risk, put the whole thing on the buyer. How will he react? That's my sole point. I'm not talking about the transactions, the aspects of the processes. I'm talking about the relationship between buyer and seller. Are we appreciating that?
So if you said that the relationship of the buyer and seller is already 10 years, and based on the strength of the buyer, if the seller is getting the payment, then what is the harm? At the end of the buyer is ready to help the MSME, correct? To give more business or to grow further, correct? So what is the harm? Where the relationship is going to hamper? Relationship is going to hamper when he is not making the payment on time. Then the MSME is suffering. That is what is the platform is doing is bringing the discipline. Correct? That on due date you have to pay the amount. If the relationship between buyer and seller is good, then what is the problem with availing the facility through the trades where MSME is getting at a very cheaper rate, then seller will able to supply more material to him, and with good rate also, because he is getting the finance based on the strength of the buyer. What is the harm?
My sole point is that if somebody is trying to put that in personal relationship also, we cannot force somebody. It's something like we are putting, when I'm talking, using the term obligation, it's something different just than cooperation. My sole point in factoring, this is the most crucial aspect which I feel, because in the past also I've heard about this factoring, coming in and it helps the seller as such, even in export-import business. But this is the only thing, because buyer-seller relationship is something which goes on softer lines. Seller can move out, buyer can move out. In a personal relationship also, we can move out. But why do we stay? Because of cooperation. If the other person forces us, we may choose to move out. That's the sole point I'm trying to convey.
See, at the end of the, just to answer you this, at the end of the buyer and seller is not agreed to do a transaction on the platform, it will not work. That's why I said, unless until both the party agrees to do a transaction on trades platform, then only it will work.
इकडुन्न प्रति ఒక్కరికి గౌరవ వందనం శుభ నమస్కారం मैं हैदराबाद का हूँ కాబట్టి మొదటి మాతృభాషకు ఇచ్చిన గౌరవం सर MSME के 2 करोड़ वो मेरे को आया है, सीड फंडिंग का 20 लाख आया है, और नेक्स्ट ये होने के बाद एक्सपोर्ट ऑर्डर पे वो क्वांटिटी के हिसाब पे परचेस ऑर्डर पे मैं कुछ फिर ले सकता हूँ, या वो पूरा पेड करने के बाद ही ले सकता हूँ?
आप ये परचेस ऑर्डर फाइनेंस नहीं है, आपने जो इनवॉइस रेज की है आपके बायर पे, वो बायर के स्ट्रेंथ पे ही यहाँ पे फाइनेंस मिल सकता है, परचेस ऑर्डर के ऊपर कोई फाइनेंस नहीं है।
उसको इसके लिए तो ब्रेक नहीं होगा ना, ये जो एमएसएमई के मैंने 2 करोड़ ले चुके हैं?
कोई इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है।
थैंक यू।
इससे कोई मतलब नहीं।
Earlier I told you, all big construction companies are registered with you because of their own interest. L&T, Fcon, whatever, they are 100% government clients, like NHI, railways, other defense ministry. So whenever they submit their invoice, immediately they will approach to you, get money, a small portion they pay, and they are getting benefit. But for the small vendors, they are not treating the same treatment which you are giving to them.
I didn't get your question because the
Sir,
thing is that.
Well, I explained to you, mostly construction companies are having government clients.
Correct.
Like Ministry of Railways, NHI, defense sector. Whenever they raise their invoice to government, any department, they approach to you, sir, they have submitted this invoice, this is the government invoice.
No, sir. That's why. See, here only the MSME receivables get discounted. L&T is uploading the invoices on government, is not getting discounted over here.
Okay, thank
and
you.
And MSME is only going to get the money, not the corporate.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks to
I
Financial
think
Express team.
Absolutely. It was an honor for us to have you here. Thank you so much. You've actually literally touched every topic with so much explanation, examples and remarks. Thank you. Means a lot. Can we give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen?
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the next panel discussion is, can fintechs help MSMEs with timely credit? I'm sure this question which arises in a lot of people. The absence of credit history, especially for new to credit borrowers, make it even more difficult for small businesses to receive funding, thereby widening the sector credits gap. To fill this gap, digital lending marketplaces have come to the fore to provide quick access to working capital problems. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Mr. Manish Lunia, co-founder of online lending platform for SMEs, flexiloans.com. Sir, can we have you on stage? Ladies and gentlemen, this is just post the lunch. I would request everybody to give me a little more energy. Please put your hands together for Mr. Manish. So he has over 16 years of experience and expertise in financial services and has worked in 3 startups during their growth phase. Thank you, and honor to have you on stage and joining us for the panel discussion. Next up, I will request all of you to please put your hands together as I call and invite upon stage Mr. Siddharth Mahanot, co-founder and COO of digital lending platform Indify Technologies. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. So prior to Indify, he has been working for over 14 years with various financial services organizations like Indiabulls, Edelweiss, and Citibank. Thank you. I think your contribution to this panel discussion is certainly going to add a lot of value to this. Next up, I would request Mr. Vikesh Agarwal, CEO and founder of financial services firms for MSMEs, Ajwa FinTech, and a new knowledge platform for eMSME. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. The discussion will be moderated by one of the torch bearers for the MSME sector in India, Mr. Anil Bhardwaj. He is the Secretary General of MSME industry body, Federation of Indian Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises, FEASPire. Sir, I think it's just post the lunch. All of us, we're definitely more energetic, more receptive at the same time. So all the very best. We're going to have a fantastic discussion ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think we had a presumptuous lunch and I guess that all the energies, as she has said, is back, and we are all ready to grasp, understand, and learn new set of ideas with regards to fintech. The question that has been posed for this session is, can fintech help MSMEs with timely credit? Well, the operative part is of course timely, and my resounding answer to this is, first of all, yes, a big yes. And not only in terms of time that it is going to transform, and it is already transforming access to credit, but as a matter of fact, quantity of credit also is going to be increased substantially. There are several dimensions to fintech. Couple of them we already know. For example, it reduces the processing time, whether it is onboarding, whether it is loan processing. In onboarding, as we see, that it can pull out data points from a large number of public platforms like Aadhaar, GST, CIBIL, and I remember that once when I applied for a car loan in 90s, it was a 30-page form that I had to fill, and then came another company called Citibank. It came out with 2-page form to fill and get the loan, and then the retail banking was transformed. A similar thing is going to happen here also with fintech. For example, further, FEASPire with a surety company called Icaro, one of the speakers was here, the CEO of Icaro, in the previous session. We are going to launch a platform where from actually we would be using 200 data points to replace asset-based lending and use information-based collateral to lend money, and that would of course be without any collateral security. So the point is that not only just the time that is going to reduce tremendously of processing and onboarding, but also it would have some substantial changes in terms of structural requirements that typically the lending used to have, like collateral securities. Loan processing also is going to be dramatically reduced because the fintech firms are using data points to assess credibility and eligibility and so on. The second point which I just mentioned also is its impact on the structural part. If you look at India, so far with the kind of financial markets that we have, all the banking and financial institutions put together, only 10% of MSMEs have been able to access institutional funds, which means that 90% of them have not been able to access institutional funds so far. They might be banking, they might have a bank account, but they could not get the loan. And one of the major reasons has been that a large number of first-time entrepreneurs or young generation entrepreneurs, startups, they don't have land and building in their name, assets in their name to pledge. And without pledging those assets, it is almost impossible to get the money from the bank. This is even more, this requirement is even more severe for women, because typically in a patriarchal society, as we know, the assets would be in the name of father or brother or husband, and as the mindset goes, typically, they would not have confidence enough if a woman of the house is starting a business and she's requesting that the papers of the property could be given to her to raise money from the bank to raise loan and to start a business. So is the case with scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, so is the case with people from minorities and backward communities. So a whole lot of MSME, people have been so far out of the coverage of traditional lending. And this is the best opportunity for fintech companies to come forward and lend, because they are almost none of them rely too much on physical collateral securities, but rather on information-based collaterals. Then there are new models that are coming. I do not have enough knowledge and on them, and we would be learning, because we have a very good set of panelists today, and we would be requesting them to enlighten us that what are the new platforms that are coming. Some of the lenders are using the balance sheet as the basis. Some are aggregators, pulling data from different public platforms like GST and so on. Some are P2P platforms. some may be using in future, and some might have already started using, but I think I have not yet heard, but maybe in future, like, blockchains and crypto and other such technologies to lend and to provide different financial products to MSMEs. So, friends, coming back, fintech is a big opportunity. It's a great development for MSMEs, to the people who so far have not been able to access money from the existing financial architecture. So I take great pleasure in welcoming the three speakers today, Mr. SMEArtha Mehnot, Mr. Manish Lunia, and Mr. Vikesh Agarwal. And let me begin with SMEArtha, with you, that if you could tell us what your take is, first of all, on the development of the fintech companies in India so far, briefly, and what your company is doing to address some of the major problems that MSMEs face.
So basically I represent IndieFi Technology. It's a platform for doing MSME lending. We do unsecured loans to MSMEs. The company is about 7 years old, and the broad problem that we are trying to solve is access to credit to MSMEs, and largely doing it in a digital way without having the systems of having branch network, going to customers and meeting them. So today, MSME sitting anywhere in India could effectively take a loan from us. And what was the genesis of this? So if you think of it, a MSME today needs two things. They need marketing access and they need finance. With platforms like an Amazon, Flipkart, etc. coming in different industries, the market access problem for MSMEs got solved. So take an example, say there's a furniture manufacturer sitting somewhere in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, today can sell his goods anywhere in the country because there are these platforms available through which they could solve the marketing problem. Now what we are trying to solve is the second problem, which is the finance problem. And as you rightly pointed out, I think we are doing it in a collateral agnostic way, whereas we don't want to restrict finance availability only to people who have collateral. We do it with the use of data, try and assess credibility of people using database model. And the entire process becomes very seamless by use of technology. So another reason today why MSMEs do not get access easily is because it is not cheap, using the traditional method of underwriting when you're giving a 2 lakh rupee or 3 lakh rupee loan. It is not viable for financial institutions to replicate the processes that they were doing traditionally. And hence the use of technology becomes very important, because technology is what helps bring down the cost of doing a loan, and even a 50,000 rupee loan can be done profitably. So those are the problems we are trying to solve, and the focus is to make it more data oriented, make it more technology oriented, and make it very, very easy for an MSME to avail financing for their business needs.
So I mean, if we compare with the traditional banking in terms of time, cost, and other advantages, how your offerings, for example, would fare?
Yeah, so typically in terms of time, theoretically today an MSME could take a loan from us within a time period of 24 hours. So they have to come on a platform, submit very basic data, including their KYCs and bank statement access, and within a span of 24 hours we are able to underwrite them using our own models. And then the entire process of availing the loan is also digital. So the loan agreement today, you don't have to sign a 30-page agreement. It's a completely digital signed document. There's a mandate which gets established on their bank account, which is also done digitally. So it's very easily possible to take a loan within 24 hours. In terms of operating costs, when we benchmark it with respect to traditional MSME lenders, I think our operating costs are typically half to 1/3 of what a traditional MSME lender who's operating on the ground through branches ends up spending on doing loans of these size.
Can you put a number, for example, just to understand, if it is possible?
Yeah, so typically today in the market, you will see MSME lenders spending anywhere between 5 to 7% as operating cost. In our case, it would be in the 2 to 3%.
So your offerings would be in the range of 10, 15, what percentage?
Yeah, the loan amount?
Interest rates.
So interest rates, again, so another thing that we do today is we don't band ourselves in an interest rate thing. What we do is what we call as a risk-based pricing, right? So we believe that every kind of MSME is worthy of a loan. However, depending on what could be the expected default, the pricing could change. True. So the range starts anywhere from 16 to 17% and goes to say 25, 26% at the top end.
Okay, depending upon the risk factors. Okay, fine enough. So now let me move to Manish. So Manish, if you could also, first of all, have your take on the fintech scenario in India, and then come to your company and what are the offerings?
Sure. I think, good afternoon, everybody. The reasons that you mentioned, the taboos around the fact that women can't get loans, they don't have hold collaterals, a particular sector or community may not get loans, are even today very much ingrained in the banking ecosystem, right? These added to the fact that people in India still don't, the accountants or the family members still don't want them to show turnover, still fear that taxmen will be behind them, etc. All those are reasons why India has continued to remain under, in terms of credit under penetration today, right? So these were the problems that existed, and we wanted to attack the problem of providing access to finance to MSMEs across the country. I represent flexiloans.com. We are one of the leading embedded finance players in the country. What we do is threefold. One, we go to MSMEs across the country digitally. One, we embed into ecosystems like the e-commerce platforms, POS players. So if somebody is doing a transaction in a restaurant via POS machine company, that POS machine company will give an option to that restaurant owner, do they want a loan from us? And the data that we use is the POS swipes, basically. And that can be used now without even filing your returns or bank statements to kind of underwrite credit. So that's part one. Part two, you're doing supply chain. So a lot of these times, you're putting your bills back to companies which are paying you in 60, 90 days, but you want funds today because you want to grow. So we do supply chain financing to small and medium enterprises today, which is cheap, which is quick, and accessible. And the third thing is, I think, access to finance. The reason why technology has to solve financial problems is that why restrict it to branches? So today, we don't restrict ourselves to anywhere in the country. Sitting in one place in Bombay, we've disbursed loans in 2,000 plus cities and towns in the country over the last 6 years to over 60,000 MSMEs. So that's the third point. So I think what's most important is all these loans are done timely within the next 24 to 48 hours of a customer applying basically the data that Siddharth kind of mentioned.
All right. And in terms of the cost, etc.,
almost similar.
Almost similar.
Idea is all of us actually are here to solve the problem. Today, when a guy is going to a VC fund or his chit fund setup, the cost is ranging from 36% to 80%. The gold loans in the country range from 24 to 48%. The competition that we have is not a bank and NBFC. The competition that we have is the money lender, is the family, is the friend, is the chit fund, which is unorganized, like you mentioned, 90% of them. So we are opening the market, getting the customers in the formal credit economy. These guys then build their bureau history and eventually can go to a large bank and NBFC, which has tested. So that's the merit.
All right, okay. So Vikesh, now let me come to you. Basic question remains the same, that how do you view the fintech market in India, and what your company is doing and what are the offerings?
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with some context, because we are not directly lending fintech. We are more like enabling fintech. So what we, I mean, let me just put a framework here. I mean, so there is banks. Banks are lending to MSMEs. They are geared. I mean, they have a lot of benefits of lending to the MSMEs. But I mean, we have heard about the problems during the entire day that because of high cost of underwriting or high cost of maintenance, they are not able to service the entire MSME community. So then the second category which comes is an NBFC. So NBFC, again, they are more agile than the banks, and they have kind of curated and customized product, like Mr. Sachindranath spoke in the first half of the discussion. So they have more customized product. They are, you know, a combination of fintech plus NBFC. And then comes the third category, which is pure fintech, who have their own algorithm or their own scoring model, and they lend basis their scoring model. They don't see the, you know, this physical data like financial statement or GST, or maybe they use, but they use the combined data. And they use most of the digital footprint to lend to this MSME or small businesses. Then come the fourth category, which is more like an enabling ecosystem. Enablers are like, you know, you would have heard about Perfios, Karza, Finbit, ScoreMe. All of these guys have developed their own technology stack, which is helping these NBFCs or banks to enable underwriting these small proposals and reduce the cost of underwriting. So we are into this fourth category. We are, you know, kind of building a technology suite to enable these NBFCs or fintechs or, you know, banks to underwrite the proposal at a very, very low cost. Like one of the platform we have developed, I mean, which indirectly help the MSMEs in terms of borrowing. I mean, there had been a lot of discussion on the awareness of the scheme in the first half. So we have developed a platform called SMEArtha, which has about 500 schemes data, codified on a platform where an MSME can come, they can input their credentials like geography, who is owning the business, whether owner is SC/ST or general category, whether the business is owned by a women, what is the kind of capital which is there. And the platform curates and give you a list of scheme which is applicable for that particular business. So it is more like a scheme discovery platform rather than you going to 100 websites and looking for the scheme. You can find out what is the scheme which is applicable to you. Now, post the scheme discovery, there are a lot of schemes which are related to loan. So the platform has the eligibility test criteria built in the technology and the underwriting criteria, in the sense the basic underwriting criteria based on the data which is inputted by the MSME. So the platform will first curate the list of scheme, then it will kind of underwrite the customer basis the data provided, and it becomes more like a ready loan proposal under a particular scheme for a bank or a fintech, who is more like a nodal agency for that particular scheme. So that is what we are doing.
Vikesh, can I then term you as an aggregator?
Yes, more like an aggregator.
So basically you are aggregating data of different schemes, putting it on one platform, yes, and maybe other data sets, which can be used by the lenders like both of them in quickly finalizing the proposal.
Absolutely, sir. Reducing the time and kind of aggregating the technology stake. Like in the morning, Sachindranath spoke about GST analysis. So we are embedding the GST analysis on our platform. So the guy will upload the statement or provide his GST login credential. My platform will do the analysis and provide all the underwriting data to the lender. So he doesn't have to do again the underwriting. So it reduces the cost of the ultimate lender.
So for example, if you want to assess the requirement of working capital of a borrower,
yes,
both of them can use your data sets and can come out with that how much.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. If they are pursuing that particular scheme.
Right, right. Okay, okay. I understand that. Now, to all of you, one question is that, what is the segment that actually you are targeting? Because MSMEs, when we say, we have micro enterprises which are typically starting from a woman selling bananas on the side of the road to people who are supplying to global value chains having a turnover of 500 crore rupees. The range is fairly very large, and they are already operating in more than 5,000 product categories. So it's very diverse. So what is your typical segment, both in the existing MSME space, like there could be an existing MSME, but its typical requirement is not currently being met, or a particular segment which is not currently financed. So which of the ones you are?
So we normally focus on the micro and small of the MSME category. So because we do loans which start as small as 1 lakh rupees and go up to 50 lakh rupees. Typically these are businesses which...
Can you say it again, please?
Yeah,
what's the ticket size?
So loan range from 1 lakh to 50 lakh. Typically micro and small businesses. These would be businesses which could be, annual turnover of say 30 lakhs to, 15-20 crores on the top side. But most of our businesses will be say less than 2 crores of annual turnover. These are the kind of companies that we end up lending to. These are typically B2C businesses like a retailer, a restaurant, people who are running a small establishment, not a very large establishment in terms of a large manufacturing setup, etc. To your other question, that can we lend to somebody who's operating out of a very small setup, that is a possibility. The challenge is that because we work on a digital mode, we rely a lot on digital footprint of those people. Today, that footprint is developing. Today, if you go on the streets, every street vendor has a QR code which is there. And as the digitization is increasing, we are able to service those customers as well.
Okay. What about you, Manish?
So our segment is almost similar. I think we do loans starting from 50,000 rupees and it goes as high as 50 lakh rupees for most MSMEs for our term loan product. For our supply chain products, we do loans as high as 5 crores, but they're still the small of the guys and not the medium of the segments. The sector that we look at, so when you mentioned a woman selling bananas on a street, I think that's not the segment that we look at. So we look at somebody who has already started a business. It could be any mom and pop store around us, but has a business, has some cash flows which are visible digitally. So we do not do the unbanked right now. We do not do the people who do not have a permanent setup in some shape or form. It does not need to be owned, but somebody who runs a business. So in that sense, some of our assessments actually have enough information digitally available to say that this setup is not a temporary setup. It ought to be a more permanent setup.
Okay. And I think turnover criteria would not really matter for you because whosoever is interested.
Yeah. So for us, I mean, of course, the platform is more geared towards the new entities, the startup. I mean, the lowest category of this segment in the micro segment. So micro also, if you really see, I mean, there are 6.3 crore MSME, everybody know. I mean, out of that, 99% are micro. Within the micro also, I think 70-80% are super micro, which are less than 50 lakhs. That is the core segment which is actually lacking the credit and which really needs enablement.
Sticking back to the schemes, do you also cover the state schemes?
We are covering the state scheme as well.
Okay.
But as of now, the platform has all the central government scheme. And there are important state government scheme included, but we will be covering all the states very soon. And the platform is multilingual. It is Hindi and English both.
Now the question that in my mind is, and I'm trying to see that similar question could be in the minds of our audience too, that how to access your platforms. So let me begin first with you also. If they are interested, for example, in knowing that whether there are schemes within India, whether the central schemes or the state scheme or sectoral ministry related schemes, can they access that platform? Or is it only for the lenders?
No, it can be very well accessed. The lender is on the lending side. The user will always be an MSME. MSME can go, they can actually input their credential or they can input just their Udyam number. And basis Udyam, that data, it auto fetches the entire data.
So can you, for example, just say it simply that what is the website address?
Yeah, it is emsmesaarthi.com. So the name of the product is Saarthi. So Saarthi, basically what it denotes is what Krishna did for the Arjuna.
Right.
That is
so
how.
Saarthi.com, when you go there, put your Udyam number, and then based on that, all the relevant schemes could be.
Absolutely, sir. Across the pillars, so there can be a scheme related to collateral-free loan. There can be a scheme related to technology upgradation. Can be marketing support. It can be skill development. So all the pillars will be there, and depending on what is your actual need. Are you looking for a loan or marketing or technology? You can click on the particular pillar. You will see the list under that particular category. You can go browse, see the summary. If you want to apply, you can apply there itself. A form will open. You can input your document if you want to directly apply there itself. As of now, the platform is not integrated with the nodal agencies, but in future it will be integrated so that your documents can automatically be passed on to the nodal agency.
Okay. Let's see that if some enterprising guy sitting here can in the meantime go Google, search, and just verify what he has just said. In the meantime, I think how to access your platforms.
Yeah, so we have a website called www.indifee.com. We also have a mobile application which people can download. However, it is not mandatory. They could just go to the website, fill in the basic details, and start the process of availing a loan. It is very, very simple interface where basic details with respect to KYC and some very minimal documentation is required. And within a span of 24 to 48 hours, they get a loan decision.
And how much data sets, for example, you'd be asking a person to fill up? How long that application form would be?
Normally, as I said, it is very simple. The person needs to give his name, date of birth, address. Then there are certain regulatory requirements in terms of the KYC, which is PAN number and an address proof, and 6 months of bank statement. That's it. We do not ask for any other document.
And rest of the data you can pull from platforms differently?
Yes.
People can reach us on a website, www.flexiloans.com. It ends with S. Again, we have a mobile app called Flexi Loans. So one can reach there. On the website, there is a phone number. People can reach it via the phone number as well. And like Siddharth mentioned, typically the data points include about 4 data points, which will help us know a little bit about you, because leads can come across the sectors and segments across the country. We service a particular part of India today, about 2,000 plus cities and towns, but India is very large. So those kind of filters are applied at those levels. And then in case of assistance, if there's any assistance required which you could not fulfill the journey, our teams reach out to the customers effectively.
My last question, and then we'll go to the audience for the questions. To both of you. I mean, do you have any preference for the end use of the loan? Is it for the working capital? Is it for buying something? Is it for my personal entertainment if I want to
No, so the only restriction we have is that the loan should be used for the purpose of business. That could be working capital, expansion of business, buying equipment. A lot of our customers take the business to open a new branch. So today he's running one shop, he wants to open another shop. That's what is possible. while we don't monitor end use, we do expect that the loan is being used for the purpose of business and not for personal consumption. So we are not into doing consumption loans.
A proprietor buying a car, would that you consider as a business loan or personal loan?
So ideally, it's a personal loan. Okay. However, if his business has something to do with transportation, it becomes a business loan.
Manish.
I think I and Siddharth operate in similar spaces. So I think the intent at the time of underwriting a case is to speak to the customer and say, do you need a working capital loan? If somebody wants to kind of build an asset which will yield results in 3 years later, machinery which is very large, and his cash flows don't support, we don't do. So our idea is to give working capital loans, and thus the loans are typically about 36-month tenured. So if you want to kind of construct something which will only yield results 3 years later, we don't typically give. So the business has to support it. So it's more working capital loans.
I'm done with that, and I would just throw the platform again to the audience for questions. So we have seen that there are 2 gentlemen sitting here offering loans to you, especially business loan. If you have any query, questions, how to raise it, related to anything, you're most welcome. Who's going to be the first?
Sir, when we mention, say, CIBIL score, with a PAN card of any individual, CIBIL score automatically gets reflected one who has say saving accounts in the banks. Then once this information is available nationally through Government of India, then why is the need to mention other say other information sources while submitting the data on your platforms? Why don't you directly get the information in the form of CIBIL score or from the PAN card, while ascertaining the eligibility that how much loan could be disbursed?
Sir, what happens is one, CIBIL is not Government of India. These are institutions which are mandated to kind of report data when banks take loans with your permission. So one cannot pull your CIBIL. Also, as lenders, we do not get to know everything about the name of the lender, the tenor, the interest rate, etc. of yours. We only get to know what amount of loans have you taken, what is the servicing nature of it, are you servicing it well, etc. Now, this is only your obligations. What about your income? That's not known. Unless we think something know about your income in terms of your balance sheets / bank statements, how would we know whether you can service your EMIs in future with the new loan or not, or the existing loan or not? So thus, typical people like us are only asking you some source of indicative income source, which can give us an indicative sense of your obligations, and these two are typically very potent source of underwriting small ticket loans up to 10-15 lakh rupees these days.
Let me also just add that CIBIL is capturing only one very small set of data. But there are other data points. For example, GST. GST is capturing a different data set. Then there is Udyam. Udyam is capturing a different data sets. So, I mean, both 3 of them, I think, would be tapping different sources of data sets. As I said that, what FEAspire, for example, is doing, we are trying to tap around 200 data points. And I think out of 200, barely 10 or 12 are being given by CIBIL. That's why more agencies are required. The last question.
The way you explained your loan availability looks like very simple. I just go and log in and provide you data, and within 48 hours, the money is in my bank. I don't think it practically happens. So do you have any transparency model? Suppose you are rejecting my application. Do you send me reasons also why I was not eligible for that? This is the first question, and then I have another question also.
Maybe you can ask both of them.
Okay.
Yeah, second question.
Second question is, you see, still a lot of this micro and small and tiny units. They depend on money lenders or nearby families or things. There's a huge communication gap, like a fintech offering the loan and which is not aware. Do you have, how do you reach to your potential customers? Do you use any industrial body, a person who is SME associations, other thing to promote that? Because what is happening in last few months, you must have noticed, a lot of app came which is a scam. People were getting very easy loan, but then the extortion and harassment, they all started. So this has created a huge suspicion among the small and micro units approaching the fintechs. They don't know which is the real one. So how do you do your marketing or approaching these potential customers?
So I'll give you my take. In the first thing, can you get a loan? As I said, our ticket sizes are typically about 5 to 7 lakh rupees on average, starting from 50,000 rupees. Anybody sitting here can apply with those 4 data points and can get a loan within 48 hours. There are loans that are done within 24 hours actually, right? So depending on the reach and the customer's access, etc. This is a consensual access, so you have to be available for giving documentation, discussions, etc. But if you do that with very basic documentation that is required, these days there are account aggregators. You just need to give an access to a bank account as well, which means that you can actually, sitting on a mobile, sitting here right now, apply for a loan and can get a approval by the evening today, right? So that's possible on our platforms. Are we transparent? In fact, we're very transparent. By putting your phone number after the application is generated, you get an access. You can actually track where the application is. Now, in terms of reasons, there are broad reasons. The RBI also mandates us to give reasons. There are broad reasons which are given. You cannot go and specifically mention a typical reason for a merchant. So these are credit policy reasons which are there, but typically customers are informed by us on that piece. So that's part one. The second piece is credibility. I think this is a very important piece of how credible are institutions. So I think one of the approaches that entities like FlexiLoans did was to go and said, we will partner with the ecosystems that build the credibility. So when we started in 2016, we partnered with a ShopClues and Uber, and then a Flipkart and Amazon, etc. Today we're partnered with 100+ institutions, latest being Flipkart, Facebook, which is Meta now. So when Meta or a Flipkart says the FlexiLoans gives you a loan, it builds credibility. Over a period of time now, about 30 lakh people have applied to us over the last 6 years. About 1 lakh people have taken loans from us. And that builds credibility in the ecosystem that, okay, this is a loan. We are also RBI registered NBFC. So then that knowledge is available on the website and mobile app that we are a RBI registered NBFC. Any customer or any MSME can actually go and put our name on the RBI website, which is very easy. Google up the name, is it an NBFC? And you can get to know that this is an RBI registered NBFC. So that can be built as credibility, so that information can be passed on. So these are a few things that we do and kind of go out and tell the customers that we are authentic.
SMEArtha, would you like to add something?
Yeah, so I think very similar to what Manish said. I think that's how the credibility comes in. Apart from that, I think another thing I would like to add is both Manish's company and our company, we're part of an industry body which encourages fair practices. So there's an association called the Digital Lenders Association, which has its own code of conduct. And a lot of companies that you talked about which came and cheated borrowers, etc., was never part of a body like that because they could never agree to the strict code of conduct that the industry body follows. And all of us come from a very, very professional background, having worked with large financial institutions. We have large VC investors, who are investors in the company. So that is what brings us credibility.
So just to conclude
I
and
think,
summarize.
sir, a lot of these issues has been plugged in by the recent digital lending guideline also. RBI has plugged in those issues now.
Okay. So just to conclude and summarize, so if you are looking for loans for the business purpose, if you find that, typically your kind of requirement is not being met with the current financial system, particularly the banks, because either you are not having adequate collateral security or other data points that may be required by bank, then fintech could be a very good answer. They are ready to take the risk on you, but at the same time, maybe a little bit of extra additional cost. With that, I conclude. I thank you very much for listening to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, once again for moderating. And thank you so much to all the panelists up here on stage for conducting such a great panel discussion. Everybody, can we all put our hands together for our panelists and our moderator? Thank you for joining us on stage. Okay, with this, slowly and gradually, we started with some other panel discussion. We are ending with some other panel discussion. Moving on to a yet very exciting panel discussion, which is the increasing uptake of insurance by MSMEs. Before that, I'd also like to once again thank our supporters, our partners, Zoho, Zimyo, Export-Import Bank of India. Moving on to the next panel discussion, as I already mentioned the topic. So insurance remains, of course, we all know that the insurance remains the under-penetrated in the MSME sector, despite the fact that the financial security of the entrepreneurs' families depend most entirely upon the business fortune. Today, with the rise of digitization and customized products, insurance can cover absolutely any part of the business, whether it is a pandemic or a supply chain disruption or even a default from a buyer. The panel up here on stage will discuss how insurance can help in mitigating real risks in lending, how partnerships can be forged to go beyond the banca route to increase insurance penetration, and most importantly, how roadblock hindering MSMEs in purchasing insurance can be removed. Quickly, I would like to invite on stage our first panelist. For this one, Mr. Animesh Saxena, CEO of Gurgaon-based export house Neeti Apparel. Please welcome him with a big hand. I know we have definitely reduced in numbers, but that's not reduced in energy at all. He's been working in the field of textiles and apparels for the last 30 years and is also the former president of Federation of Indian Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out and joining us here. Moving on, Mr. Sasikumar Adidamu, Chief Distribution Officer, Institutional Sales, Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. He's so many years of experience. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Thank you. Joining us next is Mr. Raghuveer Malik, Senior Director, Head Corporate and MSME Insurance, PolicyBazaar.com. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. He has over 13 years of expertise and experience in Insurtech and FinTech, and he comes with expertise in end-to-end digital and retail distribution. I'd also like to call on stage Pooja Yadav, Chief Product Officer, Edelweiss General Insurance, where she's responsible for end-to-end product management, from conceptualizations to rollout. Thank you, Pooja, for joining us here for the panel discussion. And to moderate this amazing session and handle all the intellectual people up here on stage, I request Ms. Neha Gupta, Managing Director and Partner in the Financial Services Practice of Boston Consulting Group in India, to please join us on stage. Neha, you absolutely, you know what you have to do now, and I'm sure you're the best person at it, and you're going to ace the panel discussion. Before that, people who are here, we're living in the times of social media. We've been mentioning you and requesting you to please use the hashtag SMEArtha to use anything that is going on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, anything. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone who's waited patiently for the last panel of the day. I think through the day, you discussed a lot about how do we avail credit finance to grow the business. You know, this session that we have here today is to say how do we protect the business that you would have built so painstakingly, for which you will need the credit. You know, why is this an important topic? Let me just put some data out there for us to look at. If I look at an overall MSME, of those who take credit formally, about 50% of them actually take an insurance. But if I start looking at different segments, and I remove the larger ones, which we call the medium enterprises, and we go down to the small and micro, the insurance penetration actually falls to less than 15%, 1.5. And this is just for people who take credit. If I then look at actually the people who don't take credit, which is probably more than 50% of our MSMEs. In the previous panel, I heard that number could be, you know, as high as 90%. I would say more like a 50, 60%. Those places, the insurance will actually fall down to a single digit. So that's how abysmally low our penetration is today. For a sector which we expect will contribute 40% of GDP, 60% of exports, give 16 crore jobs in our 5 trillion economy, these numbers will not help us actually build the sector the way we want. And you know, that's really the discussion we want to have today. What will it take to turn these numbers around? And how do we do that in a way that is actually a win-win across the MSME and the insurers? So I'm joined here with a very fantastic panel. Maybe I will just ask each of you to give a couple of minutes of opening remarks on the topic, and then we can get rolling.
Thank you. As you mentioned that, the percentage of the insurance takers in the MSME, people especially who don't avail loan from the institutional sector. is very, very low. We definitely agree. This is, in fact, this is the reality, and probably there are a lot of reluctance also among this micro and small sector to go and take the insurance. Probably it is a luxury for them, it is a cost for them. So I'm sure with this panel, if we can discuss something meaningful, and let's see if we can work hard on this area to increase the insurance and protect these vulnerable section of the industrial community. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. It's a post-lunch session, and I am happy to see the energy and is still around. So, like Neha spoke about, the offtake of insurance is extremely low in India. This is something that we, any which ways, understand as a population and a percentage of GDP. The insurance, specifically general insurance, has a very long way to go. But how critical it is really kind of comes into a very sharp focus when you look at, climatic events like the Bangalore floods recently, or you look at, pandemic disruption. These are the kind of, events which were earlier probably not seen as a very immediate risk, but are becoming very, very high frequency as we go along. And any of these events has the potential to wipe out a business that, a small or a micro business owner would have, probably put his life saving or her life saving into building up. And there is absolutely no safety net for them to recoup from this kind of an adverse event. So insurance is extremely critical, but I think we have a lot of effort that we need to put in terms of creating the awareness for insurance. Insurance is definitely still a very, very strong push product. The business owner is not actively thinking about the risks that business is exposed to, and there is very little interest in terms of, they still think about it as a part of their, margins that are kind of getting spent on, and so it's treated as an expense item rather than treated as a safety net. So as we go along in the session, I hope that we kind of, explore some more about this. So over to you, Raghuveer. Thank you so much.
Hi. So the way that we look at when we look at insurance for the MSME space at Policy Bazaar, the way that we view this sector and where we start off at is that we're talking about, I think, approximately 6.5 crore odd MSMEs in India. 6.4 crores of them are broadly micro players in the country. And there are about 1.5 crore GST certificates that have been issued to MSMEs in India. So I think we start to realize the broad gap with these numbers in mind, right? I think Pooja very nicely explained that whether you look at it from a climatic perspective, a pandemic perspective, the importance of covering critical business risk for an MSME, both from the perspective of the buyer as well as from the perspective of the supplier or the broker, has a lot to cover up for, right? I would just add one more layer on top of that. As we intend to complete this dream of Make in India, and as we expect MSMEs to start exporting to the world, right? Once we start following that German example of the MSME sector providing a majority of the exports that the nation is doing, you can't do it without covering your critical risks properly. When you start engaging in global supply chains, when you start engaging in global trade, you're engaging with a globally litigious society, and you're engaging with a society that is used to companies, whether middle or micro or small, having their insurances in place. So I'm looking forward to this discussion and really looking forward to learn from everybody on this panel.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I represent Bajaj Allianz General Insurance. I have been a professional practitioner of insurance for the last 30 years. So the topic is really very interesting and encouraging. This is what we have been discussing for the last 10, 20 years. I don't say with no progress, but definitely there is a bit of progress. But I think the way panelists have been expressing, there is huge gap between what is the potential and what is the task and what we have done so far. From my perspective, the biggest problem for insurance industry is the product itself. The product, I think Pooja was referring, if I am right, it's a push product. I don't think any one of us gets in the morning to buy an insurance product. Whereas most of us think of buying a car, maybe a flat or something. That is where essentially the issue starts. So how do we handle a product which is absolutely push, there won't be much of desire or demand internally. So there's the biggest problem statement. And when you look at the MSME, the challenges for us from the insurance industry is the lack of access. Very difficult to access. I think as you can appreciate, these are all small enterprises. That the premium that we get out of these enterprises is very, very minimal. Like if I talk about micro, which constitutes almost like 98%, that the average premium size is not more than 3,000 or 4,000. So if for a push product, when an intermediary is pitching for insurance, what is there for him in a ticket size of 3,500? So hardly the companies, the insurance companies may be able to pay around 20%. That means around what, 70 rupees? So it won't cover even the travel expenses to reach out to the MSME and discuss. So the only way the MSMEs can be targeted and can be provided cover out of our own experience has been, you have to have platforms where we can aggregate these MSMEs. That is how we can actually provide in a cost-effective and sustainable way the insurance solution. So obviously, like I think many speakers have referred even in the previous panel as well as in this panel as well. So when you look at the registrations, hardly 10% of the total MSMEs are registered. 90% of them, there is no way we can even talk to them or to access them. Same thing like in respect of the financing. I think somewhere, I think in the previous panel, if I remember correctly, someone was referring to the formal financing sources are hardly like 10% compared to the non-financing. So there are issues in terms of accessibility. How do we access to these MSMEs? And how do we pitch? Like, are they aware of the need and the requirement of the insurance? I think one of my panelists has already highlighted the need and the requirement of the insurance. So that's the awareness levels. They are quite low. And then with great effort, you bring in someone into the net of insurance, then how do you retain them through renewals? These are the challenges. I think I look forward to a lot of interactions among the panelists and with the audience. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And you know, I think all of you set the tone for what we'll discuss for the next 30, 40 minutes. Maybe Dr. Saxena, I'll start with you. And you know, you spoke about how there is, insurance is treated as a concept of luxury. There is reluctance amongst the MSMEs to buy. What do you think are the main reasons for this? And you know, why is it not created as a safety net?
The foremost reason is the communication gap. You see, typically how the insurance companies operate is infested by the sales agents. They try to push, use rightly, they try to push the product. You don't try to understand the need of the business. You have a, already straight-jacketed product. Agents are offered commissions depending on the product and the, the premiums. And agent job is just to sell that policy. Sells you the policy and then vanishes from that. And whenever something untoward happens, and that person, you mind it, most of the micro and the small units, they are semi-literate or illiterate people. Yeah. They don't understand the technicalities of that insurance which you have sold them. And when you go for and file your claim, then you come to know there are a lot of fine prints where this thing was not covered, this particular thing was not covered, something like that. So better, this is a communication gap, and that's why it's considered a luxury also. You are running a micro business, 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 50 lakh, and you don't want to spend another few thousand rupees on buying an insurance. And whatever insurance, little insurance is there, percentage 15%, it is due to the regulatory mechanism. Either if you're in exports, the ECGC or vehicle insurance or some sort of something requirement. The moment you go for a voluntary covering your assets, covering your businesses, there's hardly anything. So this is probably the communication gap is the biggest reason.
Interesting. And you know, maybe Sashi, I'll ask you, and let's start with the segment which is relatively the easier, which has access to formal credit. You know, even there we see the penetration levels being lower. And what Dr. Saxena spoke about, you know, the mistrust or the lack of awareness, or sometimes just the way we handle claims. How can we actually, you work a lot with the banking partners, how can you actually tie up with them to solve some of these issues?
First of all, I think I would try to address the last part of it, that the trust and mistrust or whatever it is there. If you care to get into the P&L statements of the insurance company, of any insurance company you choose in India, for the last donkey 5 years, you go back and see the P&L statements. Most of them show the claims payout much more than the premiums what they actually earned. So I totally agree with Mr. Saxena and others that probably collectively as an industry we failed miserably, like by allowing an impression to created that like we are bad on services and we save a lot of money through the fine print and all that stuff. So that's the first part of it. Somewhere actually I am paying against 100 rupees. The industry on an average today is spending around 120 rupees. Okay, 20 rupees is straight away loss for the industry. But despite that, the strong impression for an individual on the street is somewhat different. Getting back to the penetration and the bank assurance, see, this is what I am saying. Like, what are the distribution opportunities available to reach out to MSMEs? That's the biggest challenge for us. As I explained in the beginning, like there is hardly any incentive for an agent to reach out to an individual looking at the incentive what he has. So when there are essentially 3 basic distribution networks within the industry. One is the agency, which is the biggest, and then we have the broking, that is what I think Raghu has referred to, and the third one is bank assurance. Apart from that, there are many other minor distributions, but these are the 3 major. The broking, by very nature of it, they don't have much of interest in providing MSME because the quality of manpower they spend and the expenses versus the returns doesn't match. So we end up, unfortunately or fortunately, through the banking institutions, because that's the footprint, like footfall, where insurance companies and the MSMEs can gather together, and with the help of the bank, we would be trying to provide an insurance solution. I think if you see in our own company, I would say almost like 95–96% of the policies are sold for MSMEs through the bank assurance. Hardly 4–5% is sold through the agency. And broking, of course, it is happening now, I think, with Raghuveer and many other entrepreneurs trying to provide technology-based solutions. It would be a better uptake we are hoping going forward. Now, beyond bank, what exactly we are trying to do? See, fundamentally, we need to increase the awareness levels. Okay, that is where probably we, as an industry, we need to partner with the Ministry of MSME, and we are pitching in to provide insurance as one of the curriculum within the skill development or the training programs of the Ministry for the MSME entrepreneurs. So that is how the awareness levels may be, and simultaneously we are also looking towards the regulator. So how and what best they can do to improve, because they run a lot of awareness programs. But having said that, I think Mr. Saxena referred to that. Regulator has been very positive, okay, especially in the recent past, in the last 2 years. For MSMEs, they did 2 or 3 very major reforms. The first reform is they brought in an exclusive product for the micro, and they also brought in an exclusive product for the SME, other 2 parts. So these policies are broadly, the forms are like all risk covers, no questions asked, and the best of the settlements are possible. That is how the products are structured. That is one part where they are encouraging MSMEs to come forward. The second part is that within the bank, in order to increase the penetration, because some of the panelists said that it is less than 50% or something, but it is much more than that. What is happening in the recent past, in the last 2–3 years, regulator has, with a conscious effort, is pushing more and more insurance partners for the bank assurance. So, like as of today, as we are talking, 3 partners are allowed for a banker, 3 general insurance partners. But as per the draft exposure that is put on the regulatory website, they would be allowing around 9 insurance companies for each banker partner. So you can imagine, when 9 insurance partners are there in a bank, there would be very intense competition, both in terms of the pricing as well as effort to cover more and more MSMEs who are in the loan books of the bank. So that effort is on, and the regulator is pushing, creating more and more competition. So I'm very sure within the bank, the coverage would increase further, but that is not a big concern, because as such, as I'm seeing very closely, like that is happening. The biggest challenge for us is how do we cover beyond bank assurance? So because that is what is accounting for 95–98% of the total MSME, how do we cover? So that is where, like, we are also searching for some solutions. As I said, in the last 15 to 20 years, our effort has been on this. So somewhere we have to have maybe some sort of solutions are there like shops and establishment. They are also part of micro and MSME. So can the governments can step in and do some sort of compulsory insurance while providing the licenses for the things? Similarly, maybe of late we started hearing some solutions like Ocean and like ONDC. So these are the platforms that are also creating a lot of interest for the insurers to partner with them so that we can access MSMEs in an aggregate numbers. As I said, individually approaching each MSME would be very, very cost intensive. It is not sustainable. Probably that's the reason why the agents, after collecting something, they vanish. So typically, whatever the 5% of the policies that are sold in India by the agents are on a bigger scale. They don't touch the micro part of it, not even a small part of it. They only focus on the medium part of it. So that's the effort. These are the challenges.
No, absolutely. Some interesting thoughts on, how do we use banca as a viable win-win for both the bank and the insurance, but also government regulators, how can they play a role? Pooja, maybe to you, like we discussed that 95% is banca. Now, how do I increase that 5%? Because credit will take time to formalize. Any other partnerships that you are looking at or potentially can be explored to drive this penetration up?
So, Mr. Adidamu already touched very beautifully about the entire distribution architecture that's kind of currently running for the MSME business and what are the challenges. And I'm a very firm believer that, if we have to increase the insurance penetration, the interests of the end stakeholders and the market participants has to be aligned. Insurance in India has seen a great success wherever we have gone with an embedded model or we have taken an attachment approach. Now, how do we reduce the friction in the product distribution? How do we make this product economically viable for the insurance companies to sell and for a distributor to make that effort to go and explain a complicated product to the end user? How do we ensure servicing is done? It's not a fly-by-night sale that is done. I think a lot of interesting things are happening already in the ecosystem. One of the very interesting things that Mr. Adidamu also spoke about was the ONDC, the Open Network for Digital Commerce, where we are looking at government onboarding a huge number of vendors. And as these participants are kind of coming into a structured distribution platform, there is an opportunity to plug in certain small sachet-sized products to enable at least a basic table stakes insurance offering to them. The second thing I think is, talking a bit more about people who actually have a skin in the game. If a trader, a shop owner, or a business owner, a small business owner, actually suffers financial losses, which are the entities which are most impacted? I think one of them, obviously, are the market associations and the trade bodies. Now, these entities have so far, to my knowledge, not been adequately tapped for creating awareness about insurance. These are bodies in which they have a substantial amount of sway over the local market participants. Can we engage with these entities and ensure that they are used as a platform to create awareness about insurance products, first of all? The next thing I think is, we are looking at bank assurance only from the lens of credit access. But I think the next stage is the payments business, because as the payments and the point of sale offtake is growing and the banks are investing and the fintechs are investing heavily in the merchant acquiring business, they are creating enablement at the payments collection stage. That is also a very, very strong point where you can kind of have smaller sachet products, which is enabling. Because see, at the end of the day, a transaction velocity matters to a payments fintech. So if we are able to kind of create smaller sachet products which can be bundled and offered to a business owner, along with, say, POS device, I think that those are some of the smaller things that that can lead to significant ramp up in the insurance penetration.
Great. I think we've got some beyond banca partnerships that we are willing to explore, and I completely agree. The way the payment industry is exploding with the support of all the tech players, I think that's a very good avenue for us to explore. Raghu, maybe to you, digital always comes to the rescue when there is a viability issue and access issue. So, how do you think actually a platform like Policy Bazaar or, the digital aggregators can play this role?
Sure. So, see, whether it's Policy Bazaar or whether it's any other aggregator in the insurance space, I think fundamentally what we need to realize is that the MSME is already online to a large extent, right? Whether it is, as Pooja mentioned, through the payments ecosystem, whether it is through, ecosystems like Google, at least in tier 1, even tier 2 cities today, right? Even if you're a micro entrepreneur and you're looking for customers, you have to be at some level accepting of digital mediums that can either get you customers or provide and support you on the supply chain side of it. Even if you look at it from the perspective of the government initiatives, right? And you look at platforms like Udyam, which allow you to have a single window to access multiple requirements that I as an MSME may need to access credit or to access insurance in the first place. I mean, the 6.5 and 1.5 crore number that we talked about in the beginning. So there is a general inclination towards digitization has gone up. Now, I think the question in everybody's mind is how do we ensure that that awareness is created as well as the right product is provided at the right place at the right price to a buyer. Now, we have seen this problem in the past as Policy Bazaar. We've seen it in health insurance. We've seen it in term insurance. We've seen it in two-wheeler insurance. And we have a playbook. Obviously, we will have to modify it for MSMEs. But essentially, it starts off with having engaging conversations with the MSME community, with the products that already exist. So we have about 30,000 MSMEs plus who have bought policies from us in the last, let's say, 2 years. We have a job then to understand where are the gaps. So claims do come, as Sir mentioned, and sometimes products do need to be modified. As Pooja mentioned, you may need more embedded products, you may need smaller products, you may need to customize your products to the need of a particular MSME. A particular sector may require something, a particular size of an MSME may require something. It's not a one-size-fits-all product. The third step that comes in is to build out the kind of journeys that somebody requires for it to become a pull product, right? How do I take that opaqueness away? How do I take the agency of a salesperson away and make it as transparent as possible? There will be enough in all criticisms of Policy Bazaar as well, but one thing that I feel that, at least I feel personally, is that whether I go online, my mother goes online, my sister goes online, my father goes online, all the features and the terms and conditions are pretty plainly listed out, right? And in a one-page, two-page format. So can we do the same thing for MSME insurance? If somebody comes in saying, look, I'm a transporter and I have some road cargo and some marine cargo, can you help me out with this? Can I take 5 inputs from them and help them out? Without telling them, हाँ sir, आप नीचे sign कर दो, हम बाकी का काम कर लेंगे आपके लिए. The next step is how do you expand distribution? So forums like this, right? How do we all come together to understand that, look, credit finance is also an issue, insurance is also an issue, even for the banking community to expand insurance or financial services to the consumer is an issue. How do we ride off each other's distribution to be able to forge a single window partnerships at each spot, right? So whether it is organizations like the one where we're talking right now, SMEArtha, whether it is banks, NBFCs, insurance companies, how do we ride off each other's distributions to provide single windows to MSMEs and make their lives a little more convenient? As Sir said, that a 3,000 rupee product, pushing it to a customer can become very challenging. But hey, what if it was a single window where you have a 3,000 rupee product, you have a financial services opportunity, and you have other facilities that an MSME may or may not require. So largely, I believe the problem is that of distribution. Digital allows you to reduce the cost at scale of that problem. And there are already enough opportunities for us to expand awareness. There is, as I mentioned, Google, there are payment companies, there are banks, there are insurance companies, there are events like this. So a combination of the two, I'm hoping, will help us to resolve both the awareness and the viability issue.
Great. So I think some interesting ideas on, how do we use banca, how do we use platforms, how do we use digital as a way to address some of the issues that we've seen MSMEs face or resist when the topic of insurance comes up. Maybe I'll switch a little bit of the gears to say, we spoke about awareness and distribution. What will it take? What kind of, and Pooja and Raghu, you both mentioned about product innovations. What will it take to get there? But maybe, just to start again from the demand side, Dr. Saxena, there are lots of types of insurance. If I am an MSME, there is a fire insurance that I need to take. There is a property insurance I need to take. There is employee insurance I need to take. With the digital world, cyber is another topic. So, if I look at it from a demand side and an MSME, how do you think and where do you think is the most felt and or unmet need from an insurance point of view?
Traditionally, if you see the insurance companies, they have been probably targeting or selling the low-hanging fruits, personal insurance, vehicle insurance, and all these kind of things. They never went into the real need of the business, that a person who is running an enterprise, what kind of risk, there's a fire, there's a theft, burglary, flooding, these days flooding, you saw what happened in Bangalore. So these kind of things, they have to understand that. And probably instead of a sales agent, they should rely more on a consultant experts, probably who can go and study the requirement of the industry. If you see pan-India, there are a lot of industrial clusters where a particular nature of industry is thriving and working in that area. Why don't they go and hire a consultant, an expert, and understand that what is the main issue of there? People are concerned about the theft and burglary, or their fire incident because the factories are congested. They are not in a very, organized areas. There are a lot of, non-conforming area industry. Micro, you see, is everywhere. So there could be a big fire risk like in the Chandni Chowk. If the fire starts in one shop, you'll see the entire lane gutted in the fire. So probably they can go and understand there and tell them that you are sitting on a, fire hazard if something goes wrong. And most of your product is not insured. So something like that. And then they come up with the product like this is the way, this is the policy which we can tweak for you, and it covers all your risk. And when they speak to the industrial clusters, most of the clusters are industrial associations. They're run by most and better educated people among them. So they can probably understand and tell you the real challenges, and probably they can convey their members, and their conveying will carry more weight, more trust, because they are part of them, than your sales agent telling them something, this policy. So this is the area where I think the demand, they can assess the demand, what is the actual demand in that area, and made a custom-made product for them. And probably the cluster and association can also negotiate the best possible rates for that also. And so there is no room for, the commission and agents and the thing. And for insurance company also, it's an easier route. If 60%, 50% members of that can agree to buy that product, it's a good business for you, a sizable business for you.
No, so that's, I think, a very fair ask of saying, let's not just focus on low-hanging products, but how do you think of customization, innovation? And there are different dimensions, I think, that have come up. It's the size of the customer segment, it's geography, it's industry, it's using the different associations. So Pooja, what are the thoughts on, both innovation and more what I can call micro-market-based targeting rather than a broad-brushed approach?
Yeah, so, I'm glad Mr. Saxena also, in fact, reiterated the point that, for an MSME to actually buy a product, India is by its very nature a slightly lower trust economy. And once you have your own peers, from the industry telling you that this is the benefit, and also the whole aspect of group negotiation actually steps in, and I think that adds a lot of value. Talking about the products, I think insurance products historically, at least on the commercial lines, have been, largely a one-size-fit-all kind of a product construct. And, agents or intermediaries try to customize it at their end, depending upon their understanding of the customer need. But I think there is a very, very strong demand for simple, easy to understand products which are also, developed in, with a very clear understanding that the end user might not have the, technical and legal wherewithal to understand complex terms and conditions. How can we create simplified products which can be probably sold on a subscription-based model, products which need not run into a complete, 365 days sort of a cycle? How can we create products which are probably only, available on a switch on, switch off basis for the end customer? The third dimension to it, obviously, building upon the digital aspect of it, is how do we simplify the entire servicing and claims process. Because let's be very realistic, if you're kind of looking at a premium of say 3,000, 4,000 rupees from a particular product, if I look at this audience and I ask any one of you, what is your average car insurance premium, probably it would be running between 20 to 30,000 rupees annually. So just to kind of put perspective in terms of the kind of ticket size we are dealing with, how do we make servicing and claims more cost effective for the insurance company? So obviously that is where the data, big data analytics comes in, the risk predictive modeling comes in. Can I assess my risks better? Can I service a customer when, in case if there is an addition of staff now in the group health policy or a group personal accident policy? How can I take the entire servicing effort and minimize it? Can I give that power in the hand of the end business owner directly? Adding to it in terms of the the aspect of the premium payment. See, India is a cash before cover market. And looking at the way the market is right now, we probably cannot even move beyond that. However, even in the cash before cover, can we create models where the end customers need not pay for the entire year upfront? Can they start with a small premium, use it, and kind of top up their wallets as they go along? Another dimension to it would be the buy now, pay later facilities. We already have players who are also doing premium financing for the customers, because let's be realistic, unless until it is a non-loany customer who's paying money upfront and paying for the entire year upfront, maybe when the stocks in his storage would probably only kind of peak in maybe say 3 or 4 months of the festive period, or if you're looking at a more agrarian-based MSME, there would be certain episodes in the seasonality into the year. How can we kind of create certain options for them to, toggle between the sum insured and the coverage that they're taking for the year? Can we allow them option to kind of, have flexible payment options? Can we allow them to get premium financing done? And all of this obviously has a strong underpinning in terms of how do we build sophisticated, risk modeling. Because right now, if I have to price a particular product and charge a certain premium, I need to understand that industry or that particular business in very granular detail. And across the length and breadth of the country, there are huge amount of variations, in terms of whether it is at the climatic risk or the fire hazards that might be operating within a particular industry. How do we kind of create smaller contextual sachet-sized products that can be purchased easily? And I think one very important dimension that we collectively as an industry have to look at is moving away from English. How can we kind of try and give products in vernacular languages in which the end users actually doing business in? And I think this is definitely a journey for us collectively as an industry. It's not going to be an easy puzzle to solve, but I think we need to start taking steps in that direction, because until the products are designed in a language in which the business owner is comfortable in, and we're going to give a 30-page complex, legal document, there is no way that the end customer would connect with the product or feel comfortable using them. So I think these are some of the kind of product innovations that we are trying to build in. But I think I agree that there is a lot of ground to cover on this.
Yeah. Some very interesting thoughts on thinking through, talking to them in a language that they understand, in a financing that they understand, whether it's BNPL or a subscription, and actually creating a product that they are finding useful. So hopefully something should come out soon from there. I think both Raghu, Sashi, actually moving from the first time purchase to more of the renewals. There is always this challenge that even if somehow an MSME does feel convinced about buying the insurance, 1 year goes by, thankfully no hazard, no claim, and they feel, maybe I wasted my money and I don't need this again. From the insurer side, actually you've done the first time risk, but now you cannot get any more premiums. So, a common question to both of you, but how do you use banca or digital to help make the renewal journey more seamless in a way that actually there is consistency and continuity of the insurances that we sell?
Before I get to that specific point, having heard everybody on this panel, one thought that comes to my mind is that, look, we are an energetic and young and baad mein dekh lenge kind of people, right? Not just MSMEs, not just large corporates, but just as a people. And insurance behavior probably arises out of that confidence or out of that ability to procrastinate on our risk. Whether it is on the retail side, penetration levels on health insurance, term insurance, any non-mandatory product is also abysmally low, right? So I think there are 2 or 3, I think, positive things that are taking place in this country which will lead to increased penetration naturally. Number 1, there is a huge effort by the government to push us into the global supply chain. As China is replaced out of European supply chains, how does India play a role in that? And if you look at how it has happened in China, how it has happened in Europe, it is usually the MSMEs who contribute the most to it. That naturally, once you come into that fold, you have to up your insurance penetration. It will have to up your insurance penetration. Second, as we saw in the previous conversations, as well as what you see around you when it comes to financial services in India, as credit penetration goes up, insurance penetration will go up. I mean, as you mentioned, 10% pay, you have a 50% penetration, and the remaining 90% pay, you have a sub 10% penetration. So that 10% goes to 20%, automatically insurance penetration doubles. So there are some positive shoots out there. Now coming to your specific question, I think, look, it's simple. When you look at why an MSME buys an insurance policy, it could either be for a project or it could be for a risk to the entity, right? Now, the entity is easy. As long as you are handling data digitally, regardless of whether the purchase is assisted by a human being or not, as long as your data is digital, the entire renewal process can be made fairly effective, right? Awareness around that, communication around that, reminders around that, touch points created for the customer in terms of a platform where they have managed their claims or managed their endorsements, that automatically increases your renewal persistency. So for example, we see a 65–70% kind of persistency on our MSME business, which is fairly decent. When it comes to, even when it comes to the project side of it, now if I am taking 20 inputs from an MSME for, let's say, मैं एक building बना रहा हूँ, right, and I need a CAR policy. If I need 20 inputs from them, 10 of those 20 inputs are going to be entity related, 10 are probably going to be project. I mean, I'm just giving random numbers, but some of them are going to be project related, some of them are going to be entity related. Now, 2 things over here, right? One is when you have your, if there is an extension required, if there is a contraction of your initial work order, if the amounts need to change, go up or go down, can we have a platform that allows for a positive interaction with your insurance policy and not just a negative one? Today, an MSME only reaches out to us when, hey, mera claim aa raha hai, to aap meri help karo, right? And then there's only an opportunity to disappoint. You can either match expectations or you can disappoint. You can't overachieve expectations. But hey, my work, my expected work was X, and it became X minus delta as the work started. Can you reduce my premium? That's a positive interaction. I have an endorsement to make, or change in certain things to make. If I don't have to write an email, write a letter, request, and instead I can go click a button and make it happen, it's a positive interaction with us. So what we try and do is create positive interactions around MSME insurance. The easiest way for me to explain this is what we're doing on the group health insurance side. Now, typically, 5 to maybe COVID ke baad, 7 to 8% claim incident ratio, right? But so those 7 to 8% of people are only going to call me when something really terribly wrong happens and they have to be in the hospital. But what about the other 92% of the people? Can I provide health benefits to them? Can I provide lab tests and health checkups at a discount to them? Can I provide online consultations with doctors for near free rates to them? Right? As Ashu keeps explaining to me in office, is that look, for an MSME, it's not just the 10 employees that they have, but typically these are the only people who are sustaining the entire family. Right? So the 10 people, you're actually helping 30 to 40 people. So can you create positive interactions with the insurance provider or the broker or the digital aggregator? I think that would be a way to expand your renewal persistency.
As I said in my opening remarks, renewal is the biggest challenge for us as far as the MSME is concerned. But if you understand how actually it is happening, then it would be too transparent. Like See, fundamentally, the original debit that is made to the loan account for the first policy was done by the bank. So I don't say 100% of the cases, but definitely 95% of the cases, the debit is made by the bank, and the customer is like whatever is the collateral that is required, that is put in place. So at the time of the renewal, there are 2-3 things that happens. One, either the loan is completely discharged, or 2, the loan has become the NPA. So these are the 2 peculiar circumstances under which the banker won't get into the debiting the account. Obviously, there is nothing to debit. So the policy renewal won't happen. So typically, where the loan is active and the policy, the MSME is still engaged in some sort of productive activity, the insurance, the so-called renewal would continue. So typically, to ease out this process, what we started doing at Bajaj Allianz is like we started creating sort of a central debit facility. So unless the bank removes certain names, by default, whatever is the renewals that are due in a particular month, in the first week of the month, the renewal is done by default. I'm not saying this is a standard practice across the industry, but that is how we started. It is catching up across. Similarly, not across all the banks. So some banks which are very progressive and they started doing that, I think over a period of time we are very sure it would catch up. The second thing what we are trying to do, here is a bank assurance customer. How do we, essentially is belongs to, supposed to be within the insurance industry. The ownership of the customer is considered to be with the bank. So how do we bring him from the bank to the banker at the time of the renewal? Okay, that is what it is. So what we started doing is engaging the customer on a multiple occasions. So even not necessarily at the time of the renewal, though it is being done through the bank, but independently we try to get in touch. Obviously, I think one of the panelists, I think a couple of the panelists also referred to the need of the customer. It may not be just a property insurance, it could be something beyond that. So like if he's an exporter or importer, sort of the marine insurance, if he's doing something digitally, there is obviously cyber exposure, and if he's handling the chemicals, there is a commercial general liability exposure is there, product liability is there, similarly workman compensation. There are n number, personal accident, including the group medical of the workers. So there are multiple requirements for an MSME beyond what the bank provides. So what we are trying to do is we are pitching in with these products as well. Now, our own experience was this was all fragmented activity at the time of the renewal. If we are trying to pitch in 3, 4, 5 different products, the customer, because there is no bank, let us remember, we are trying to pitch in with the end customer. So most probably what we have seen is they are not able to take it positively. Because there are too many policies, their feeling is that we are pitching in for a sale. So what we started doing is we are creating, we are in the process, I think it should be out, what we call modular flexi MSME product. So depending on the needs and requirements, some covers can be taken out, some covers can be put in. So this exercise, which is much, much beyond the bank assurance and depends very clearly on the needs and the necessities of the customer, that is where we are trying to create, okay, beyond your property insurance, you have these needs as well. Why don't you get in and look at these things? So I think our own experience while developing the product has been quite good. The MSME customers are looking, see for them, it is I think single stop solution. Give me one policy for all my exposures. And afterwards don't tell us that no, you have taken property insurance, but this is a cyber attack, or this is a workman compensation, or this is a personal accident. So that is what it is. I think we are in that process of getting there. And getting back, like someone has referred to the risk management also, prior to renewal itself, once the customer is in the network, what we are trying to do, using the digital technology, we have created a app called Prime app. So this app will be, access is provided to the customer, sitting in his chair, providing inputs. This is checklist broadly. Once he completes the exercise, actually, the app throws out the risk scoring also for the customer. Okay, this is the scoring, and these are the suggestions of the advisors. These are the 4 or 5 suggestions. If you complete these 2 suggestions, your risk rating would move up to this. So this is how you are on the risk rating among your peer group. So try to improve sort of thing. So fundamentally, for MSMEs to address is we have to get on to the digital. because we don't have much of margin as explained. So there is no other way but to digital, whether to service the policy, whether to pitch to sell a policy, whether to print a policy, everything should be digital. So that is what actually, like taking advantage of the renewal occasion, we are trying to do a lot of things, essentially engage them more and more. That's the thing. And luckily, I think with the last point, I would close this. See, luckily, regulator started looking at the other services being provided. I think what we say, the wellness services. We are also having a beautiful product on that, like which provides a lot of wellness providers. So at the time of the renewal, we are pitching in along with this product. We are saying, look at this product. This is very attractive, like it provides So finally, regulator is likely to allow the insurance companies into ecosystem, to develop ecosystem. Right now, we are not allowed to. But once that formal approval or the clearance is there, we are obviously planning to create huge ecosystems by like-minded partners providing non-insurance solutions, everyone on a single platform where MSME can pick and choose and see what sort of an exposure, what sort of solutions that are available for them, and it would be very, very engaging activity. Yeah, thank you.
No, I think some great ideas on, creating comprehensive yet modular cover, and especially the entire concept of moving insurance from a negative interaction to actually a positive engaging interaction. I think that will really help address some of the trust deficit and create a positive reinforcement. I know we are on time, but just checking if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, please.
Thank you, madam. मैं हरी एच कुमार फ्रॉम CST इनोवेशन सेंटर, आई एम फ्रॉम सोलर प्रमोशन. पहला मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन है, मेरा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है मैडम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको. पहला ऑब्जर्वेशन के बाद दो सजेशन है. ऑब्जर्वेशन ये है कि इस टाइम पे जो फाइनेंशियल मैटर है, इतनी सारी स्कीम्स हैं, इतने सारे फाइनेंशियल बैंक हैं, लेकिन कहीं उनका SME से इंटीग्रेशन बराबर नहीं हो पाता, क्योंकि वो डिसेंट्रलाइज में ज़्यादा है और ऑर्गेनाइज में बहुत कम है. अब क्वेश्चन आता है इसको कैसे रिवेटलाइज किया जाए. तो पहला सजेशन ये है कि अभी जो कोटा में था उसमें था कि जो बड़ी बड़ी फैक्ट्रीज उसमें इसकी मशीनरी की कॉस्ट 50-50 लाख की होती है, उसको फाइनेंस दिया जाता है, लेकिन इंश्योरेंस नहीं होता है. इंश्योरेंस डिफरेंट पार्टी करती है. तो मेरा सजेशन ये है कि क्योंकि आप एक अच्छे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हैं और देश की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, फाइनेंस वी प्रोवाइड द फाइनेंस विद द इंश्योरेंस, माइक्रो फाइनेंस विद माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस की पॉलिसी बननी चाहिए, जिससे कि वो इधर से उधर भटके नहीं. मशीनरी के लिए अलग से जाता है, इंश्योरेंस के लिए अलग से जाता है, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन होता है, आदमी फ्रस्ट्रेट हो जाता है. इसलिए माइक्रो फाइनेंस या फाइनेंस विद इंश्योरेंस सिस्टम होना चाहिए, जिससे कि वो रिड्यूस हो जाएगा रिडक्शन. दूसरा सजेशन ये है कि इतनी सारी स्किल्स काउंसिल्स हैं भारत के अंदर, कम से कम 25 स्किल्स काउंसिल्स हैं, लेकिन अंडर द सीएस का उसको ट्रेनिंग सेगमेंट है. कैपेसिटी आपने मेरे को 50 लाख की मशीन दे दी और मैं चलाने नहीं जानता, तो मशीन का प्रोडक्शन हो जाएगा क्या? मशीन से कोई प्रोडक्ट निकाल लेंगे क्या? नहीं निकाल सकते. अंडर द CSR मशीन के ट्रेनिंग सिस्टम बनाया जाए, उसको कन्वर्ट किया जाए, जिससे CSR का जो करोड़ों अरबों रुपया उसका यूटिलाइजेशन हो और SME डेवलप हो, उसकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हो, इकोसिस्टम डेवलप हो और नेशनल बिल्डिंग हो SME सेक्टर की.
Thank you, sir. No, very engaging ideas, and I think Sashi, you had already talked about bank और insurance साथ में कैसे जाए. I think that's actually supporting that point of how do you create. Yes, of course.
In fact, this ties in very well with your suggestion that, how do we bring the OEM and the insurance companies together? Because if you look at, say, another OEM, sir, thank you, आपने बहुत ही अच्छा मुद्दा बताया, because मैं और नेहा दिन में आज इसी बारे में बात कर रहे थे, क्योंकि अगर कोई भी और OEM बेस्ड बिजनेस देखें, जैसे अगर मैं व्हीकल्स की बात करती हूँ, सबसे बड़ा जो इनका इंश्योरेंस का अडॉप्शन हुआ, वो भी बिकॉज OEMs अपने साथ में दे रहे हैं.
50 मेगावाट, 100 मेगावाट, 500 में, उसका वेयर द O&M, वेयर द स्किलिंग, वेयर द इंश्योरेंस विद द फाइनेंस, नील. आप उठा के दीजिए पूरे कंट्री के अंदर आप.
Thank you for the feedback, Mr. Adidam.
Yeah. Now, a couple of things. Wherever typically the financing is there, that is what we referred to in the beginning. The formal financing is there through either the bank or the institutions. Typically, that is taken care. Both for the interest of the bank loan is there, and for the interest of the SME owner as well as the insurance, all get together, and that is taken care. Getting back to the OEMs, actually we already started this, what you are suggesting. We call it an affinity program. So we started with a couple of major OEMs, but we are rolling it out to smaller OEMs also. For example, we rolled it for Bosch and we rolled it for Siemens and many more. So what we do is, the affinity group, the buyers of their equipment, okay, they are protected, their machines are protected through, again, tailor-made insurance solutions. But what our own experience was that whenever we are trying to penetrate insurance through the OEMs, the extended warranty is proving to be very effective product, which most of the buyers, like the SME owners, they prefer to have. So that initiative is already there in place, and hopefully with your advice, I think we would accelerate that more forcefully. Yeah. And getting back to sir, in terms of solar and other things, see, that's the new focus area, and most of the insurance industry, at least I can talk for Bajaj Allianz, we are highly focused and we are covering thousands of worth of assets for the solar. We have a separate initiative, wholly focusing on the renewable energy, within which the solar is also part of it.
Sir, my question particularly to Policy Bazaar, when you are as a medium to sell the policy. I'm telling you a typical example, sir. Say, for example, car insurance purchased through a person there, agent there. Suppose we need insurance claim, something really happened. Then an agent, he can stand responsible and get the things done. Sure. Because an insurer does not know how to deal. You as Policy Bazaar, suppose when purchased through you, then in your case, there was a case where I saw that his service could not be rendered. He lost what otherwise a good service could brought him a benefit. He lost because no timely consultancy, no timely guidelines were there.
So I think this is you're spot on in terms of your observation. I think that is a largely held belief. But if I can give you my personal view of what I see in the company, I've been there for 5 years. So most agents are part-time. There are very few full-time insurance agents. There are about 12 times as many part-time insurance agents as there are full-time insurance agents. So the belief that an agent will be there at the time of the claim is a slightly falsified belief. 11 out of 12 agents will not even be an agent by the time your claim comes. That's point number one, sir. Point number two is, now, for example, let me pick up motor claims, since you mentioned that. We have worked along with the regulator, along with insurers like Bajaj, along with public sector insurers, to ensure that 20,000 rupee and below claims can be done without physical papers. So a customer who has to make a claim, we have about 100-member plus claims team at Policy Bazaar. We help through a video inspection, the customer intimate to the dealer and to the insurer what the damage is. We help for the survey to take place, and then we handhold the customer until the claim is paid. I had the corporate insurance business, sir. The second team that we built out after our sales team, I'll admit, is a 20-member claim support team, which means that today we have clients, small and large, whether it is a company with 7 employees or whether it is a company with 3 lakh employees. My team that services them, sir, is the same. Now we operate on CRMs. That means that if a customer calls me, sir, I can't ignore it. So even if my junior most employee decides that he or she will not help the customer, because everything is recorded, including the call, including the complaint, including what the solution to the complaint was, including the fact that once I see as an agent that I've solved your problem, you will get an SMS and a WhatsApp saying, Raghuveer has said that your problem is solved. Are you sure it's solved? If it is not, press 2. If it is solved, press 1. So we close loop the fact that your problem is solved, sir. So I think it is wrong to say that as a broker or as a as a digital player, we don't care for the claim of the customer. I think we realized this a long time back, about 6 to 7 years back, that we will not survive in this market as just a distributor. Let me, just one more example, sir. If an agent does defraud you, what is your recourse? You will write to the regulator. you'll see a lot of complaints about claims on Policy Bazaar online. But I would challenge the audience to find one complaint which goes unanswered. Even one. So we have a team whose only job, and we have softwares that are put to the job, on Google, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on consumer forums, IRDA complaints, all of them are stacked and recorded. So the intent is to support and pay, sir, always. And the last point, the third point, is that because of the deep relationships with insurance companies, right, which have been around for 12 to 14 years, the book size that we operate with insurance companies on, our ability to tell an insurance company that, look, I am going to get 100 claims a month for your business that I do with you. Please give me dedicated claim officials, right, so that we can coordinate with them using technology and using a communication interface that is efficient. So I think sometimes, there is this perception that we don't support with claims, sir. I can tell you this much, that our intent is in the right place. Maybe there is a lot more that we need to do to become better.
Say, for the interaction with the customer, I think, I'm not sure, but I think that there is not a dedicated helpline, say.
There is, sir. There's a claims helpline, and your policy document mentions it. Not just that, when you buy a health insurance policy from us, whether you're buying a 1 lakh rupee coverage or a 10 lakh rupee coverage, you get a health card. It's a digital health card. It has your claims number, sir. Secondly, you can log into our platform, mobile app, phone, anywhere. It is just a chatbot and a button away, sir. So it can be phone, it can be email, you can come to our office. Yes,
I would suggest that
Sir.
you prominently just by typing it on the Google, toll-free number for Policy Bazaar claims.
Sure, sir.
1800, some such number should flash immediately on the Google.
Yes, sir.
That is must. Today's in digital times. Still, if we need to go to chatbot, or if we need to go
Yes,
to
sir.
access to that policy document, these are not so easily accessible to a common man.
Agreed, sir.
Please flash when you are 1800 helpline number, which should reflect immediately on the Google by typing 3 words.
Very good idea, sir. So I'll check if we've not done that. If we have not, we will definitely do it, sir.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Great. So with that, let me bring this panel to a close. Thank you for being a very engaging audience. Thank you for some great ideas, and I hope you'll all take it back to drive this penetration up. Thank you.
Thank you. Check. Thank you so much once again to all the panelists, and of course, our such a great moderator who has conducted this so well. Lesson number, but please, I would request all of you to please put your hands together for such a great panel discussion up here on stage, for such a great list of panelists, and of course, our moderator once again. Thank you. Let's come together to capture this moment. So moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I think this morning and this afternoon has been full of ideas, learnings, and with this I keep my fingers crossed, and we hope and we pray that the MSME community will surely benefit from this discussion and these ideas and what steps have been taken by the government. Please share your valuable feedback and suggestions. We'll be more than happy to incorporate them and how we can benefit from them together as a one big community. Ladies and gentlemen, to give away the vote of thanks, I would request and invite Ms. Sonal, our editor for SMEs at Financial Express Digital, to please join us on stage.
Good evening, everyone. It was indeed a day full of learnings and ideas. We did cover a very broad base today, covering trends related to MSME lending, from discussing the innovations in traditional lenders to new age fintechs, and then the very informative last panel on insurance. I learned a lot, and I hope you did too. With that, I would like to thank our esteemed speakers who took time out of their busy schedule to attend the event and also share their insights with us. I'm extremely grateful to our audience, the MSME entrepreneurs who left their work and spent the entire day with us at SMEArtha and also helped make this event a success. I hope we did do justice to your time, and there were takeaways for you from these sessions. Please do share your feedback with us on what we can do better and also the topics that you would like to know more about. We would also like to thank our partners, Zoho, Zimeo, and Export-Import Bank of India, and our investment partner, Resurgent India. With that, I conclude this event. Have a good evening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much once again, Sonal, for giving away the vote of thanks. With this, we have tea and coffee being served here. Please enjoy the tea and coffee. And we hope to see you very soon once again. I wish you all a great day ahead. And see you all very soon. My name is Manvi Kilnani, and I was your host for this afternoon. Once again, thanking each one of you for taking the time out to joining us here. आपका दिन बहुत बहुत शुभ हो. एक बार दोबारा से आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.